Hello, 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 my beauties. Hello. How is everybody? Happy birthday, Christina. I'm not a good singer. All right, sing happy birthday to you, my friend. I'm not a very good singer, or I would bust out a whole happy birthday for you, my friend. Happy birthday, Christina. Happy birthday, my friend. Hope you planned something fun, amazing, with your loved ones. Sorry, I had some audio issues this morning. I need to fix the mic level and stuff. Oh, thank you. This is a mermaid look. I decided to go with a mermaid look today. I was like, meh, I want to do something fun. I want some yellows and some pinks and some blues, and I'm gonna go with a mermaid look. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Please hold 1 second. Sorry, guys. I thought I was going to have a day off this weekend. I thought Saturday, like, oh, hey, Saturday's my day off usually. I'm going to just relax. I'm just going to do nothing for one goddamn day of my life. Just one. I'm going to do nothing. No, it's not Grateful Dead. It's just grateful. It just says grateful every day. That's what it says. Grateful every day. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Nina. Oh, thank you, girl. Listen, I know you guys can't fully see it, but I was like, I'm gonna go with mermaid today. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the mermaid look. You guys can't fully see the colors, which sucks because you can't fully appreciate what it looks like. But I'll try to get close. See the pinks and yellows, light blues and the dark blues, and I was like, we're going with mermaid today. That's what we're doing. We're gonna do a mermaid look. I can't not put pink. I mean, come on. And then if you mix the pink and get a little bit of purple up here, and the blue, get a little smidgen of purple. It's so beautiful to see all of you. I thought I was gonna have a day off. Please hold. Sorry, guys. My sister called, and then the person I was helping out. So I thought I would have Saturday off, right? Because it's my 1 day a week off. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have Saturday off. Yep, nope, absolutely not. Did not do that. I try real hard to just have one day off, a week. And so, unfortunately, I was awoken at 3:30 in the morning for an emergency scenario someone needed my help with. And I can't sort of spill all the beans at the moment, but what I can say is I am so fucking tired of some of these state police troopers that are connected to some of their shit. All right. I didn't I didn't stream yesterday, but I sure did work. So yeah, I spent most of my day yesterday trying to help somebody who had an interaction with a state police trooper who may or may not be tied to the training facility, who may or may not be tied to a few other weird instances of nefarious issues. He may or may not have bounced to 3 different jobs at 3 different places for a cop. And he was completely out of pocket, completely out of line. Civil rights were violated, in my opinion, heavily. And so, yeah, and again, you might ask, what DA's office would this be out of, Elise? What DA's office would, actually charge someone knowing all of that when they're wearing body cams and so on and so forth? Well, you might guess that it was Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And I call on Mike Morrissey to fucking resign immediately. Okay? Immediately. You don't want to do your job. You don't want to oversee bullshit. You have officers that are fucking just doing whatever, whenever, right? And it shits on the officers that aren't doing that, right? And that's my problem, is there are good officers out there, okay? There are good officers out there. There are good officers doing good things, all right? And then you have these fucking vigilantes. Sorry, my littlest is getting ready to go to my sister's with my nephew and play on the water slide thingy my sister has. Fuck his retirement. He needs to resign. I have always been staunchly, even though some of you may not, agree on what happened with the Karen Reed scenario. I have always been very vocal about Mike Morrissey himself. I lived corruption in Norfolk County. I'm a walking, talking example of what Mike Morrissey didn't do, right? If you have a police report, right, for, let's say, a B&E, right, and the police report and the witnesses say they see a man on the roof, right, a man they've never seen before on the roof, what the fuck would lead you to put an arrest warrant out for a woman? Like, what the fuck kind of bullshit on planet Earth? What? Like, what? Like, this is the kind of shit that is just running wild. To be honest, I think he's just negligent, Allie. I think he just doesn't want to do a goddamn fucking thing. I don't think he wants to oversee anything. I think he leaves it up to everyone else, and they're allowed to just run wild there. And that's half the problem, right? Is they're just running wild, doing whatever the fuck they want, so on and so forth. And it's a serious fucking issue. It's a serious goddamn issue, Yeah, but see, that's the difference. See, that's the difference right there, is watching that was not a flashback for me. I saw things that, like, okay, cool, they could have done better. Didn't really love. But I didn't see corruption. I didn't see what I lived, right? Could they have overcharged a little? That could be debated in one of many ways. But for me, living the corruption, right? Like, I feel like I see it from a mile a fucking way. And when I get a call at 3:30 in the morning and I say, tell me everything you can remember, everything, tell me everything top to bottom, start at the beginning, everything. And in the first 5 seconds, we got wild shit happening, just completely out of pocket, not standard protocol. There's a fucking serious problem. There's a serious fucking problem. He needs to go. Like, it's time to go, bro. You can't handle it. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't intercept when something's wrong and very clearly wrong, right? Hold on. He simply is just head of the table, but not doing anything, right? And in the same way, he didn't protect witnesses. Like, that's a big fucking problem. I don't necessarily. So that's the thing. It's not the district attorney doesn't frame people. You know what I'm saying? The district attorney's office are the ones who decide to charge. They decide to charge based on the officer's information, based on the probable cause that an officer brings to them, right? And so, no, I don't think they frame innocent people. The DA's office wouldn't have the capacity really to frame innocent people. They're going based on all of the evidence that the officers bring them, right? So it's the cops' information that they're going on, right? Yeah, the expiration date for Morrissey's been up for a fucking while. Regardless of what side you lay on, that guy's got to go, dude. And I call on him to resign immediately, because I'm going to tell you right now, dude, when I'm allowed to tell this story, you're going to be like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck is really going on, dude? Okay? Never mind the fact that why do you have an officer who's been involved in some sketchy ass shit already bouncing from place to place? Okay? Why the fuck do you have an officer that's bounced from Boston to New Bedford to the state police? Okay? Why in the actual fuck do you not have a problem with several of the arrests that man has made that have been on the interwebs, on the news? Okay? Why the fuck are we not? Why did the state police hire him? Is my question. Why the fuck did you hire him? Hold on one second, guys. I got to buckle sandal. Yeah. Okay. Which picture? It's an A. I mean, it's a picture of me. It's just I put it into AI and asked it to like put that picture of me into AI. So I'll tell you, I'm sitting here scratching my head. Like, why would the state police take a very clearly problematic officer? Why? 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 Never mind the fact that the guy, I find out, is tied to the state training facility, which, as we know recently, Enrique Delgado died there. So, yeah, more nefarious shit that he just happens to be tied to. Not one of the officers, as far as I understand, that was arrested, but maybe he should have been. He's tied to the training facility. The shit that I found out yesterday, after dealing with a really close friend of mine who was horrified, by the way, scared, okay, after a disabled car, disabled on the side of the highway, half in the first lane and half into the breakdown lane. She had to swerve to avoid, okay, swerve to avoid. She couldn't go left. There was somebody already in the left lane. She had to go sort of right around that part of the thing to avoid hitting the car that was disabled head on. And she ended up sort of clipping it a little. And of course she stops, she gets out and she talks to the guy, and the guy's like, nobody could have avoided that. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. Right. And now she's, she's panicked, right? Because this just happened. Right. And then you got some asshole cop that shows up. Mind you, neither one of the parties in this scenario called. Must have been someone already on the highway. Right. This cop pulls up out of nowhere in a ghost car, which I challenge the fucking legality of these ghost cars. Ghost cars are only supposed to be used for like undercover work. You're supposed to be able to see them at night. You're supposed to be able to tell that it's a cop car at night. These ghost cars, you can't. They're black with black lettering that say police on the side. I challenge the legality of these ghost cars in the state of Massachusetts, and certainly someone's going to at some point. And maybe this will be one of those cases. I don't know. Regardless, he pulls up, walks over, and immediately says to my friend, you're going to need to take a field sobriety test. I'm sorry, what? Does not ask her if she had been drinking, if she's on medication, if anything. Mind you, she's in the middle of a panic attack, right? Anxiety, and she also has PTSD. And I will throw out there that I've known her my entire life. She literally held my leg while I gave birth to my oldest daughter. That's how long I've known this person. They've never been in trouble a day in their lives. They don't do shit. They're literally a law-abiding, normal citizen with a child themselves with medical disabilities, okay? And so this cop just comes up with his ego and is like, field sobriety now. And so she's not going to argue. But what she does tell him is, officer, I just want to let you know before, like all this, I have PTSD. My PTSD starts with people of authority. I was abused pretty horrifically by people with authority. So just letting you know now, like, and also like, we're talking about someone who's already in a full blown, like, panic, like the guy's car that disabled that she clipped or trying to avoid, was like giving her a hug before the cop got there and was like, it's okay. You're fine. Like, it's okay. Like, she's already in tears. Right. And then you have this asshole show up. Okay. And this asshole's like, field sobriety now. Never asks her, are you on medication? Are you whatever? So she throws it out there. She's like, listen, I have PTSD. I have anxiety. I have ADHD, but I have a TBI. She's got a traumatic brain injury. And she just tells him, like, listen, I have PTSD. Like, this is, like, I have problem with, like, I get nervous around authority. It hits my PTSD at a whole nother level. And I can confirm, I'm not going to go into detail because that's her personal trauma and it's pretty bad. But I was around for all this, so I remember all this. So she was abused pretty bad when we were younger. And of course, it was people of authority. And so she lets him know this, and she still agrees to do this stupid field sobriety because she's like, fine, whatever. Like, I'll do the dumb thing, whatever. I'll pass it, no problem, whatever. So she agrees to do the fucking field sobriety. And this motherfucker tells her, okay, you got to walk, whatever, right? Foot, heel, toe, walk, whatever. And so she, I kid you not, turns to him, and she is not someone who's going to like talk back to authority because, again, she gets afraid. Okay, she gets afraid. And so she turns to him and she goes, do you want me to walk towards, like, because he had the lights on his car, towards the lights or away from it? And how far do you want me to walk? And I kid you not, she's on the phone with me and she's in tears and she goes, Elisa, in my mind, I've never had an interaction with the police like this. Never had a problem ever in my life. She's like, and in my mind, I'm like, if I walk too far, is he gonna think I'm fleeing and like try to bundle me? Like, if I don't walk in the right direction, am I gonna be failed for walking in the wrong direction? Like, so I wanted to clarify, right? Wanted to clarify. And okay, so she asks for the clarification. Just asks for the clarification. What does he do? Throw her in cuffs. Then she obviously demands at this point, like, what are you arresting me for? She doesn't fight back, whatever. He arrests her for asking for clarification of which direction to walk in and how far. And he throws her in cuffs, throws her in the car, doesn't tell her until hours after they're at the station. Hours. What is she being charged with? She must have asked a billion times. What the fuck am I being arrested for, bro? Like, what that, now mind you, when the cop got there, she's already out of her vehicle because this guy's car is disabled, right? Like, well, I think also the field sobrieties are like a setup to a fail. I was actually talking to a former officer yesterday who said the same thing. And it's wild. It's fucking wild. You know what I mean? It's wild. And that's the thing, right? And that's part of the thing is like field sobrieties, by the way, you don't have to do those and they can't arrest you simply for not doing it. It's voluntary. So if you say, no, thank you, they can't be like, okay, you're arrested now because you chose not to do it. That's not the way it works. They're voluntary. I grew up in Norfolk County. So believe me, I feel you. And so that's with her, right? She's like, she doesn't deal with cops. She doesn't get in trouble. She doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, listen, that's my big thing. Don't talk to them. Get a fucking lawyer. That's the only thing you need to say. So that's the thing. So that's what I asked her. I go, do you notice if he had a body cam on? She's like, no, but I hope to hell he fucking did. And I'm like, well, you know what we're doing, right? Yeah, I have MS. So that's another, yeah. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We're fucking getting all the body cams. I do know that in the station, now mind you, he arrests her, doesn't read her Mirandas, right? Does not read her Mirandas until like 4 hours later in the police station. Now this is after, okay? After she's asked a million times why she's being arrested. They're in the station and I'm sure cameras in the station and a female officer comes, right? It's a power trip. That's exactly what it is. A female officer comes and she asks the female officer, is this normal? Do people just get arrested for asking for clarification? And the officer's like, no, we don't arrest people for that. And she's like, well, that's why I'm here. Like, so, and this guy won't tell me what exactly he's arresting me for. So yeah, that happened. Okay. That happened. Right. So they should be redone across the board. They're ridiculous and they don't work well for people like me, at least, who have PTSD, anxiety, panic, or really any medical condition like MS, fibromyalgia, things that make you unsteady on your feet anyway. ADHD would make you speak fast. Even the whole like, oh, your eyes are glassy. Guess what happens when I fucking, like, my contact is old and I don't have a new pair yet. My eyes might turn red because they might be irritating the fuck out of my eyes, but I can't take them out because I got to be able to see. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the, like, probable cause that they will then later on use to say why they should have arrested you. Well, the probable cause was you were talking fast or your eye was glassy or some bullshit. And 99.9% of the time they'll make something up like, I smelled alcohol. No, you fucking didn't. No, you fucking didn't. No, you didn't. Listen, I have volunteered to do mental health training for officers. I have volunteered to be their human fucking shield to go to mental health calls so they don't end up killing someone on a mental health call. Like, it's a huge, eye twitch. By the way, for me, at least for me, with fibro, MS, and sometimes, right, my eye will, like, twitch on its own. Like, usually it's one at a time. I don't ever get it both at a time. Usually it's one at a time, but sometimes my eye will, like, flutter, twitch on its own. I can feel, like, the muscle or nerve or whatever, like, twitching and making my eye go, like, so again, those are medical conditions that you're not, And most people don't know to tell them, like, I have these things that could, and a lot of the time they're definitely not medically trained. And so even when you tell them things that have to do with your medical, like PTSD, they'll go, well, what's that got? Why is that going to stop you from doing it? What? Fun fact, the Rehab Act and ADA also says that a reasonable accommodation has to be made even in interactions with police for medical conditions or disabilities. That's a real thing. That's a real fucking thing. Yeah, for me, the only word you're going to hear is fucking lawyer, right? Well, that's the other thing. They just talk in circles around you, word salad back, and pretend they know what they're talking about when 99.9% of the time, these cops are not even trained on the laws that they're supposed to be enforcing. So if you're someone like me that very much knows the laws and you know your rights, and they try to step on those rights and you call them out, their ego takes over. And here they are, either slamming you into a car or putting you in cuffs because you're telling them what they're doing is illegal. And they're like, I'm the law. No, it's not. Like, no, you're not the fucking law. You're here to uphold the law and my constitutional rights, which you are stomping all over right now. You know? Yeah, well, unfortunately, Peter can't help here in Massachusetts because he's not licensed here. So that's not going to help us. You know what I mean? So here's the fun part, Lindsay, right? You might like this since you've dealt with this before, right? So mind you, she did not deny to do the field sobriety. She asked for clarification. They throw her in the car, they put her there for hours, doesn't tell her what she's being arrested for, mind you, because I'm guessing he's got to sort of come up with it, right? He's got to come up with his probable cause in his head, and he's got to come up with what he could charge her with. Which, when he, just wait till I get to that part, right? No Miranda for hours. She's arrested, she's in the station, no Miranda for hours, all right? For hours. Well, that's the other thing. A lot of people get nervous simply because it's a cop, right? Like, it's a cop. Common sense, you know? You love when they go, oh, what are you shaking for? What are you nervous for? Well, officer, I'm a former criminal who's been screwed over by law enforcement and the court system and wrongly charged with a crime I didn't fucking commit that they apparently thought it was okay to charge me with because I used to be a former addict. So yeah, I get a little fucking nervous that some of you, you know, are going to pull that stunt again. So yeah, you want to know why I'm nervous? That's fucking why. Like, it's just so stupid to be like, well, what are you nervous for? That's suspicious. You're fucking suspicious. I'm a cop. Yeah, you're sus, bro. You're sus. And this coming from someone like myself who will buy the coffee of officers and first responders. Like, I will buy their coffee when I see them in public. I'm a poor person, and yet I still do it because I feel like there are still good people out there. I know quite a few officers who are good fucking, or former officers who are good fucking people. There are a ton of first responders who are just trying to save lives, man. And these bad ones, they just, no, you know? I also have vertigo and autoimmune diseases. I have ringing in my ear. I have tinnitus. And so that also can fuck with your equilibrium and give you problems with vertigo. And I remember the first time it happened to me, I felt like I was on a ship going back and forth, back and forth. It wasn't so much spinning, because vertigo can be a couple different things. It can be like full spinning, or you can feel just off kilter. And I felt like I was on a boat that was just kind of going right, left, like off kilter. And then they gave me these vertigo pills basically for it. And after like 3 days or so, it helped, thank fucking God. But it will literally in your mind just make you feel like, what the fuck? You can't concentrate on anything, can't do anything, right? When I first got to tinnitus, it was very hard to fall asleep, because you're just constant ringing in your ear until you find things that sort of work for it, you know? So I feel you on this, TCBY, my friend. I as well have a few autoimmune diseases thanks to COVID, and things that I never had before, things that I never, ever had before. So it's definitely difficult for sure. And you can say no to the field sobriety test. Go straight to the breathalyzer. Definitely, you can do that. You can also just not do the breathalyzer. Normally, I just opt for the BAC. Exactly. Like, just give me the fucking breathalyzer at that point, right? Yeah. So that's the other thing. It doesn't help you. They use everything against you, even if they make shit up. No, it was not. And then, so that was the second thing. I had to deal with this ignorant doctor over at Children's Hospital that said some wild shit to my daughter. And so we told the nurse, like, no, we do not want to see this doctor again. They were completely out of pocket. They're mad that their nurse got caught sleeping instead of giving out the meds when my daughter's boyfriend went to go get the nurse for her meds. She was asleep in the chair. And so when they asked her why she didn't do the med, her argument to the doctor was, well, the patient wasn't on the floor. Now, fun fact about Boston Children's Hospital, you can leave the floor. You can go down to the cafeteria, get something to eat while you're visiting with family. There's activities all around the hospital you can do. And if they really need you back, they can call you. It's not that hard. They can call you. And so this doctor comes in and basically tries to bitch my 21-year-old child out, saying basically that she can't leave the fucking floor, right? And that because she's at a pediatric hospital, they act more like parental figures, and basically they can tell her to do whatever they can tell her to do. My daughter's like, yeah, no, I'm 21. And the doctor's like, well, if you don't like, mind you, we've never seen this doctor before. Well, if you don't like, you can go to an adult hospital. Well, show us how much you've read my child's medical file. She cannot go to an adult hospital. She has a disease less than 200 people on fucking planet Earth have, okay? Less than 200 people on planet Earth, and there is no adult hospital in the state of Massachusetts that, or in any state other than Texas, that could treat her. So that's how much you read her fucking medical file. That's why she's still with Children's, you fucking clown. So, mind you, she had already seen her regular doctor. So now I gotta, deal with that scenario, right? Deal with that scenario. We do not want to see that doctor ever again. Well, why is that doctor back in my kid's room? Why? Fucking why? Meclizine. Yeah, that was it. Meclizine. Why? Just fucking why? No Miranda for hours and hours and hours and hours. Okay. It's fucking wild. Hey girl, hey. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that guy. Absolutely not a fan of that guy at all. If you didn't notice, the only thing that guy talks about is the Karen Reed case over and 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 over. Not a fan of that guy. Also, I know some behind the scenes shit that guy did. Pretty shady. His ethics are fucking questionable. So yeah, no. I'm gonna go with no for 700, Alex. That's my opinion. You guys can have all your opinions on him, and I agree to disagree with you guys. I love you all, but no. I think I also know more than like the general public when it comes to some of these people. So like I base my opinions on like that stuff, not necessarily what, just public perception, if that makes sense. I forgot that was a movie. Well, I think that's the other thing. You can't settle for a cheap imitation when you know what a good officer looks like. My friend's dad was a great officer. He was a Plymouth cop. Until he retired and he passed of cancer. But I don't think I ever met a better officer than that. That's the same thing. That's literally the same fucking thing. Oh, so she came to apologize but didn't apologize. What part of I don't want to see this doctor again, like, was what's hard for these people to understand. Not grasping. Now, mind you, my daughter had already seen both of her specialists. She has surgery on Tuesday, fun fact. So I'll be at the hospital Monday and Tuesday. So I don't know where this attending really came from. She didn't really need to see my kid. My kid's already seen both of her specialists, and one of her specialists was there that morning. So again, she's 21. She's not a baby. She's not a child. She has a boyfriend. And so I love when the trolls are like, why aren't you at the hospital with your daughter? My daughter's 21 and her boyfriend's there. So only one of us can stay at a time. So we do this thing called switching, Switch. When she wants mommy, she gets mommy. When she wants boyfriend, she gets boyfriend. That's how that works. Okay. That's how that works. So nonetheless, I had to call Dan and be like, you're never going to believe this. This is fucking crazy. Like, this is nuts. Like, this is fucking nuts. Like, so I'm telling her this story with the cop or whatever, and it gets worse. There's worse stuff with this guy. Like, what? Yeah, that was not a bright idea. Was it Cheryl? What the fuck? I know what it would. See, I would love to be 21 again. All the things that I would do again. I had so much fun in my 20s. Lots of trips, things to do with friends. Like, we had a lot of fun. So I really think that my friend has a good civil case here for false arrest and Fourth Amendment violations. I will tell you that this very same officer, you guys are going to love this one. So ended up that like hours later, and my daughter can speak. My daughter's here, so she can speak for her auntie, who is my friend, who literally held my leg while she was born. Like, this is not somebody who gets in trouble. She doesn't get in trouble. Like, she doesn't have any drug problem or anything like that. Like, she's just a normal person, right? A normal fucking person, all right? And so this officer, okay, after not reading her Miranda rights, you guys are going to love this. It gets better. It gets better. Not reading the Miranda rights, okay, for fucking hours and not telling her what she's being charged with, okay? After hours, they say, you're free to go, but someone has to pick you up. Excuse me, what? And so I can't pick her up. I don't drive, right? I don't have a car. I cannot pick her up. Also, she's all the way at the Milton Barracks, and I am where I live on the South Coast, right? So I know you do, girl. You should. I have a couple of those I found recently. I have to give to you. But it's so after hours and hours, he tells her she's free to go. You guys are gonna love this, right? She's free to go, but someone's got to pick her up. And she's like, buddy, it's like 4:30 in the morning. Who the fuck do you, I'm a 40-something-year-old woman. Who the fuck do you think is going to pick me up at 4:30 in the morning? Like, everyone I know is asleep, you know, in bed, like have children, lives, families, jobs. Like, what? Now, what do they do with her? Well, they tell her she's free to go. Do they bring her out to the lobby? You know, no. They lock her in a cell. They take her hoodie. Now, mind you, the only thing she's wearing underneath this hoodie is her bathing suit. So they take her fucking hoodie, throw 2 blankets on the floor, and lock her in a cell. That doesn't sound like you're free to fucking go. As a matter of fact, that sounds like false imprisonment. Back up a little bit, right? If we back up before that happened, back up a little bit. Oh, it's a lawsuit. It's a fucking lawsuit. Wait until I get to the good part, right? If you back up a little, right? She's already in full-blown PTSD, panic, anxiety attacks, and it's all on camera, right? I'm getting all the cameras. So this guy starts setting up cameras when she keeps asking why she has been arrested for asking for clarification. So she keeps asking over and over and over, why was I arrested for asking for clarification? I am confused as to why I'm here. Like, you're not telling me what you're supposedly charging me with, right? So they start setting up like these cameras around her, which is like weird because don't you guys have cameras already in that booking area? Like, why are you setting up other ones? But she's like, I told them to keep setting them up. I want it all on camera, all of it. I want the whole fucking thing on camera, all of it. And so the guy decides, and I think this was before he set up these other cameras, right? So that they won't let you call an Uber, right? Get ready for it. It's their policy. Okay, that's fun. That's fun. You want to know what the difference between policy and law is? Is your policies do not get to trump the law. So what if this was someone who was from out of state? What if this was someone like me who doesn't really have family left alive who can come get them, right? What if someone was on vacation? There's not going to be family or friends to come fly in and pick them up from the police station, right? Oh, yeah, they processed her in his arrest after hours and hours. Yep, they sure did. So, yeah, fuck your policy. Your policy does not get to trump the law. That's not the way it works. I love when they're like, well, this is our policy, ma'am. Well, that's great because I called the police station, obviously, hours later. Yeah, no, a policy does not trump the law. You cannot illegally hold someone there because your policy is to not let them get a ride share home and that they have to have someone pick them up. That would be false imprisonment. You cannot force somebody to have someone pick them up. First of all, not everybody has even someone that drives. When you live in the city, a lot of people don't even have cars. They don't even have cars. They all take buses and trains. They don't have cars, right? So who the fuck's picking you up? It's 4:30 in the morning. You cannot hold someone and say, well, someone's got to pick you up. That's false imprisonment. Your policy does not trump the law. Once the bail bondsman or the bail commissioner has said, yeah, you know what, I'm letting this person out on a personal, you can let them go, they're free to go. Once you tell them they're free to go, you can't say, well, we're going to lock you in this cell and hold you there until someone picks you up. That is not legal. That is not legal. That is highly illegal. Highly illegal. It's false imprisonment. Once you're free to leave, you are free to walk out the fucking front door and walk home, even if it's 20 miles if you want. I'm sorry, it's your policy? Yeah, your policy does not trump the law, sir. And you cannot hold someone. So they throw her in a cell for another 3 hours until she can get a hold of someone who can come and get her at the station. Okay? Now, before that, yeah, right, exactly. So what would be the difference between a person that I know picking me up and bringing me somewhere and a person that I don't know picking me up and bringing me somewhere? No difference. Whether it's a ride share or someone I know, it's a ride. Also, not everyone can afford that. All of her credit cards, everything were in the car that they towed. So she has nothing on her at all. I would have called her an Uber if that's what needed to be done, right? They weren't letting her leave without someone physically walking into the station and picking her up like she was a child. She's a 40-something-year-old woman. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? And they lock her in a fucking cell with her phone to try to figure out, how to have someone. But they take her hoodie, right? She's in a bathing suit now. And what do? They just throw 2 blankets on the floor. They don't put it on the bench. They just throw them on the floor. Now, mind you, this is after the officer, the male officer, just the one who arrested her, decides that he is mad that, I think he realized he fucked up at some point. And he was mad about that. No, not Middleton. It wasn't Middleton. It was near Quincy. It was the Milton Barracks. So I can't. Yeah, so tell them no. You can tell them no. Say no, thank you. I'm not dehydrated. No, thank you. You don't need to be on fluids 24/7 to keep you in that fucking room. I mean, that's wild. Well, they're supposed to. Once you're free to leave, they can't just keep you there because they want someone to come get you because that's their policy. It was some excuse of like, well, we let someone go and this and that or that happened. Okay, once they're let go, once they're free to leave, like, you're not responsible for them. Like, yeah, they need to explain the rationale for their policy because it's a joke, in my opinion. Their policy does not get to trump the law. Okay? That simply doesn't, right? So the cop, before she's thrown in the cell and told she's free to leave, before that, this cop, I think, realized he done fucked up at some point, right? I think he realized, like, he did an uh-oh. His ego got in the way and he did an uh-oh, right? So he decides he's going to come over to her while she's, mind you, she's still like full panic PTSD mode at this point, right? And what is he going to do? He's going to scream and yell at her and threaten her. He's going to threaten her. He's going to say, you are going to fucking blow into this breathalyzer right fucking now, or I'm going to take your fucking sweatshirt and throw you in a cell. What now? So she asks, are you threatening me? Now, all state police troopers are supposed to have body cams. Supposed to. We know how, we've heard this, song and dance before where they're supposed to, but they're not working, or pieces are missing, or they didn't turn them on, or, so on and so forth. It is, but like, not strange for this state. And wait until I get to the good part, right? I think he was mad that he realized he done fucked up at some point, because even after hours, you can't tell me what you're holding someone for, right? Can't tell me what you're holding someone for. So he comes up with, when she leaves, a OUI, marked lanes violation. Marked lanes violation. She wasn't even in the vehicle when he got there. So how is there a marked lanes violation? Now, mind you, the disabled car is half in the breakdown lane, half in the first lane. So your option is swerve, and you're coming from around a bend. Not really much time, right? To swerve or avoid in some way, right? So Oh, he's definitely not mad he's did it. He's mad he got caught and someone was smart enough to know what the fuck was going on. Hey, Space Coast. Yeah, the Milton barracks. So yeah, wrongful arrest and lack of evidence would still cost me. So that's the other thing is now it's an automatic suspension, right? So at that point she's like, are you threatening me? Right? Like, so now she's got to deal with that, right? Now she's got to deal with that. So like, that's the problem, right? Is like, if you're wrongfully arrested and there's no probable cause and they do other shit like this, right? What the fuck? Like, you still lose your license. You're still having to deal with all that. So that's when you sue, my darling. That's when you sue for all of the time and the money that you lost because of it. You know? I don't know. That's my point. Like, okay, so if you're not telling her what she's being charged with for hours, in my mind, this is when the cops do that thing where they try to figure out what they're going to charge you with. And so they rack their mind on what they can say is probable cause and what charge they can come up with. Hi, Matt. And it's like, okay, once again, I have friends who are officers who are great fucking officers and friends who are former officers who are great fucking officers. I worked in corrections, okay? There's a lot of amazing people who work in corrections, but there's a lot of fucking scumbags that work in corrections too. Make no mistake about that. There are some power trippy, just fucking assholes that love to treat people like they're less than human, right? Those are, for some reason, they love positions of power, people like that. But here's a fun fact about this cop, right? So I have you weren't in your car either. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Like, so I have all the information, right? And now finally I get all the information from her and I'm like, give me the cop's name and badge number, right? I need to find out about this guy. He sounds fucking sus, right? Wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you fucking know it, right? What is he listed at on the post commission? He's listed as being part of the training facility, right? Then I do some deep dives and find out he was an officer in 2 other places before he was state, which is recent in the last couple of years. He only did a short 2 years or less at the last place, right? And had several incidents in the first place where he was there for a little bit of a decade, a little less than a decade, a little less than 10 years, right? What was one of the big things that popped up when someone was, because if he's not getting in trouble or being blacklisted from these places, someone's fucking helping him, right? Someone. You guys are going to love this. What pops up? An article pops up with this officer as the arresting officer. Well, Elise, what was the issue, you might ask? Well, the issue was he arrested a man in his car who was having a fucking stroke for a DUI/OUI. I can't remember if it was DUI or OUI. Threw him in a cell for 5 hours and did not call medical attention because he was just under the influence, not having a stroke. And in fact, the man was having a fucking stroke. So basically, this guy has a habit of not knowing whether someone's under the influence or having a medical issue. He was also sued for wrongful death in 2024. There was a guy who was so fucking high he couldn't stand up, or so drunk he couldn't stand up for his booking photo, and he overdosed and died in that cell. Well, if he can't stand up for his booking photo, one would say that probably medical should have been called, right? And magically, though, of course, he won the wrongful death suit. He didn't actually have to pay the family out. In the other case, the one where he arrested the guy for being intoxicated who was having a stroke, the city, in fact, Boston, in fact, paid out like $1.3 million quietly to the family. And it didn't come to light until like 2 years later. So basically, it was just swept on under the fucking rug. No, this is not going to sound good in court for him. He clearly did not seem to realize that when you start fucking with people and you know you're getting a power trip and you don't give a fuck what you're doing to people, so one of those days you're going to come across someone like me. There's going to be a me, right? There's going to be a me who's going to find out every dirty fucking thing you've done as a cop. That's what I want to know. That's what I would like to know. How did he go from being employed with Boston PD to New Bedford to the Mass State Police with all these issues prior? So y'all should have already known the dude is a fucking issue. And you hired him into the state police. For what reason? For what fucking reason? For what reason? He clearly has a history of not knowing the difference between an OUI, DUI, or a medical emergency, so that's not going to go well for him, right? Oh, he's been costing the taxpayers money quite a few times now. There was the wrongful death suit. Then there was the quiet payment of 1.3 to the guy who had a stroke, okay? That he arrested him for OUI or DUI and threw him in a cell for 5 hours. Yeah, unions definitely play a big part, but imagine you being on the receiving end of this cop, like my friend, 40-something years old, like never been in trouble a day in your life, severe PTSD from positions of authority because you were horrifically abused by positions of authority and men nonetheless. And you're thrown in cuffs for asking, mind you, the cop already comes on the scene and doesn't, mind you, this entire time, and I'm telling this entire time, he doesn't say, like, are you on any medication? Have you had anything to drink? Are you doing drugs? None of those questions are asked. Oh, Space Ghost, my friend, I'm way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. Ooh, I already did that yesterday. So when I say, like, I thought I was going to get a day off yesterday, I did not get a day off yesterday. I was doing all of that all day yesterday and then dealing with the hospital all day yesterday. And yeah, so I did not get a day off, although I was hoping to get a day off. I was very much hoping to just woosah. Who's rubber, you know? Well, that's a question that I'm going to fucking find the answers to. And I'm fucking relentless. I'm fucking relentless. I am fucking relentless. So that's fine. You want to hide shit, it's not going to go over well. Well, I'm going to tell you this much. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I'm going to get to the fucking bottom of it. That's going to happen, right? That's absolutely going to fucking happen. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Sorry. Seth Moulton campaign ad. It's definitely not who you know, what you know, it's who you know. But I spent most of my day yesterday sort of gathering information, FOIAs, lawyers, so on and so forth for my friend. Because the way this went is wrong. I want the video. I want all of it. I want the body cam. I want the video in the station. I want the cameras he set up. I want the whole fucking shebang. I want all of it. I want him screaming and yelling and threatening her to blow into the breathalyzer, right? I want all of it. I want her asking for clarification, him throwing her in cuffs. By the way, you don't have to do, she didn't have to agree to do the field sobriety. Well, you know what? I don't give a fuck. See, that's the difference between me and them is I am not afraid. I have already dealt with shit cops and their corruption. And to be fair, I do have decent cops on my side. So one bad cop can do as much as he fucking wants to try to intimidate, attack, harass. Well, he'd have to do it very publicly because I'm a very public person these days. So I don't think it would go over well for him. So he can try if he wants. Or maybe here's an idea. Stop being a deplorable fucking human being and abusing your position of authority. Oh, you think I already didn't do that? Everything that I already have has already been sent to third, fourth, and fifth parties. I'm no dummy, dude. I'm no dummy. I am no dummy. And there are people in other authority positions that know what happened as well. So those conversations have been had. Those pieces of what we have gone. Like I'm no dummy. You know, I'm no dummy. I also have been doing this for a long time as an advocate. You guys remember that? Like, there's a lot of things that I don't do publicly that I do privately to help people in these scenarios, just like this, and other ones, more mundane. And it often deals with politicians, people in positions of power, people working for government entities. They all know my fucking name because I am not going to just sit by and allow someone to get screwed over. I don't understand the word no when a government entity tries to tell me no, and I know legally they have no authority to do so. I don't understand the word no. So I do what I need to do to get the information that I'm entitled to, or the information or service that that person is entitled to. I will try. As long as they don't do anything fucking out of line, you know, they'll be fine. Mom's always on her best behavior. I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am. I don't know what you're talking about. Your mother's always on her best behavior. I'm a behavior type lady here, all right? Yesterday, early morning, Saturday morning. So my friend called about 3:30, still at the station. She was still at the station. Girl, you're my daughter. Of course, we're a tornado, okay? We're tornadoes because I want my children to know their rights. I want them to stick up for other people. I want them to not deal with bullies, so on and so forth. No matter who those bullies are, positions of power or fucking not. Positions of power don't scare me. I was abused by positions of power myself. I was in foster care and screamed from every place that you could listen to the workers, to the supervisors, to the local police. I screamed for help from being abused. Screamed, and no one was listening. No one was listening. No one was fucking listening. So now I take those authorities as a joke. You're all a joke. There's nothing that you can do to me that you already haven't done to me. So bring it the fuck on. Bring it the fuck on. Bring it the fuck on. I already put the FOIAs in, so if they even try to stall on that, I will just immediately appeal and bring it right to the court. I'm done playing games, especially when it comes to people I care about. Hey, Magic. You know? People I care about, like I am like a tornado. Okay? I am a tornado. Want to know why? Because I'm fierce like that. Like when it comes to people I care about or something being done wrong to someone I don't even know. Like right is right and wrong is wrong. You know? Right is and wrong is wrong. And if it was one of you who came to me in the same scenario, I would do the same thing. Didn't matter. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter to me if you're a stranger to me or you're my best friend. Wrong is wrong. And it doesn't matter who did it, right? Cops, politicians, judges, bring it the fuck on. Dealt with them all. Get in the back of the fucking line. Which one of you haven't I already dealt with? Which politician's office doesn't know my name on a first name basis as an advocate at this point? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You are this wise, my friend. You are this wise. You are already this wise. You know? Listen, I love to have, but see, I love people, and that's the difference, right? Like I am a people person. I like people in general. I just like people. And I know there's good and I know there's evil. I've seen the best in people and I've seen the shit worst of people. I've seen a lot of generosity and I've seen a lot of selfishness and stinginess. And I've pretty much seen it all at this point in my life when it comes to like people, evil, good, in between. I've seen it all. Bad cops, the to be exposed. Bad judges need to be exposed. Bad politicians need to be exposed. We need them to stop costing us money and hurting people. And this guy very clearly had some issues long before now. Wrong kicked wrong. No Miranda for hours. They did end up Mirandizing her, but not for hours and hours and hours and hours. Wouldn't tell her what she was being charged with. And then after a few hours, he decided he was going to put a camera up and then read her Miranda rights after hours. Mind you, he also put on the paperwork that that it happened at 5:10 a.m. See, the problem with that is she was already calling me from the police station at 3:30. And when I talked to the officer yesterday on the phone to find out where her vehicle was, because they would not tell her where her car was. The guy, and I made sure that like when I called the station, like my name popped up. Like I didn't block my number. Like I wanted my name to pop up when I called the station. And I'll tell you, when I called the station, at least the guy on the phone was very nice. He was very cheery. I asked him a bunch of questions. I asked him where the car was. He gave me the address. He gave me all the information. He was very nice. And he said, oh, there's about a 12-hour hold. He said, but the arrest happened at 1 o'clock. So you should be good, because now it's 12:50 p.m. the next day, right? Phone calls are recorded, folks. Phone calls are recorded. So why are you writing that it happened at 5:10 a.m. on the paperwork when it happened at 1? She called me at 3:30 already from the station, buddy. So what? Maybe because you didn't figure out what you were going to charge her with until 5:10 in the morning? I don't know. I don't fucking know. You know? Yeah, you're definitely supposed to know the crime before you lock someone up for it. You definitely are. But here's the problem that guy was having is she was already outside of her vehicle. There was an accident that happened. They didn't call for help. Someone on the highway did, right? And his immediate thought is to ask the woman there to take a field sobriety? Weird. While having a panic attack and PTSD. And her saying that, right? And the other guy whose car was disabled saying that, right? Weird. Oh yeah, absolutely. So what actually the car's still there. So what we're actually going to do is transfer the vehicle to a body shop to just fix that little part of it and have the insurance pick up the tow fee, because you can do that. And so you will not have to pay out of pocket for those tow fees. As a matter of fact, it'll transfer over to the body shop to take your car, and then they will get it from the insurance company. So the body shop will pay the fees up front. They'll take the car to their place. The insurance company will then pay the body people. Just the one other car, just the guy's car who disabled on the highway, half in the first lane and half in the breakdown. Just that guy, just the one guy and her. That's it. And I mean, when I found out that this guy clearly has a problem with understanding whether someone's it was on 93. Well, technically it was, so you know where the bend is, right? Where you're coming from like Quincy, Braintree going towards Boston, and you're going around the bend that, like, if you got off on that first exit, it would be West Quincy, Braintree, like near the mall, and not like near the mall in front of the mall, but like the back way you would go through like West Quincy, right? When you're coming around that bend going towards Boston, she was coming around that bend going towards Boston. So she was merging on from like Braintree, Quincy, coming around the bend, going towards Boston, right there. Yes, Braintree split, but going this way, not that way. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, before she was, quote, let out of the cell, right? The cop finally, after throwing 2 blankets on the floor and taking her hoodie, okay, like an asshole, she's like, the other friend of hers finally got there to pick her up. And he opens the cell and is like, okay, you're free to go or whatever. And she's like, can I have my fucking hoodie back? Like, I'm not leaving this cell and going outside in just a bathing suit. So can I have my hoodie back? Like, you fucking douche nozzle. You know? What the fuck, dude? I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not really sure. Nobody called him. So neither party on scene called him. Someone from the highway called him or called it in, you know? So they themselves didn't even need the help of the officer. They didn't call it in. Someone from the highway driving by called it in. And so, of course, when I do this research on the guy, I find out that he was involved in the city of Boston having to pay that family over $1 million because he arrested someone in his car who was having a fucking stroke claiming the guy was under the influence, instead of calling an ambulance and recognizing it was a medical emergency. So clearly the guy doesn't know the difference at all between a medical emergency and whether you're fucking high or drunk. Just saying. You should have been benched a long time ago, coach. Okay. Then he went from Boston PD after that debacle to New Bedford. He was there less than 2 years, and then now he's in the state police. Sorry, not sorry, but cops do not jump around like that. The only jumping around you're going to see is they're going to go from one thing to the state police, then maybe from the state police to like the FBI, CIA, right? You don't go city to city to city like that unless your track record is a little fucking sketchy, right? And so immediately when I found out that he had been multiple places, my mind went, all right, what else did this motherfucker do? Right? That's my first red flag. And so I'm, getting his badge number, and I'm looking up the post commission. I'm looking at the Brady list. I'm fucking digging and digging and digging. What do I find but the wrongful death suit against him for the guy who couldn't even stand up for the booking photo, but then you threw him in a cell and he overdosed and died. So it's very clear this guy has a pattern, right? A pattern. I don't know why any place would hire him, considering now that's always going to be brought up every time. The DA's office needs to do better as well. You can't keep taking these charges from these fucking cops. And I haven't gotten a police report yet, but I'll tell you this much. Back when I was an addict, fun fact, 99.999% of what was written in the police reports when I was an addict were shit they made up. Bold-faced fucking lies. They would say you said shit you didn't say. They would say you did something you didn't do, right? That was their probable cause, so they had to just make it up as they went. That right there, always put me on notice that, like, cool, there is no way to keep them accountable when it comes to police reports, which are taken like they're 100% truthful, right? Cop writes a police report, the court automatically assumes that that's truthful information. The problem with that is again, someone who was an addict a long time ago, who went on to then change careers, of course, and worked in corrections, is that they fucking just lie in these police reports and no one holds them accountable for filing a false report, right? They're never charged or held accountable for it in any way, shape, or form. Those police reports can change someone's life. A judge might be like, that's so bad. That's horrible. I find you guilty on a bench trial because of what's in a police report that a cop just pulled out of his ass and made up. When I read my police reports, when I was trying to steal my record, I was like, is this real life? Like, is this real life? Is this fucking real life? And that's the other problem, right? Is if you can't prove it, then what? You're left to take a deal for something you didn't do? Because it's either that or risk jail time with corruption over your head? Someone who's willing to lie under oath? The Turtle Boy method? Like, yeah, no. No. Well, that's the other thing is usually they give Miranda right away. That way, if they ask you any fucking questions, investigative questions, like, they're already Mirandized. They never simply even asked her anything other than like demanding that she take the breathalyzer while screaming and threatening her, Like, are we for real right now? Like, are we for fucking real? Well, that's the thing. They didn't ask questions, so they didn't Mirandize her. But still, like, it's just not good form to not Mirandize someone you're arresting. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of the time they Mirandize you there or at the station when you get there during booking, Their little sneaky tactic is when you're released, if they haven't Mirandized you. Their sneaky tactic is to put that piece of paper in front of you and say that you have to sign that to be able to leave. And most people don't read it. And it's basically saying, oh, yes, we gave you your Miranda rights. Sign here if we gave you your Miranda rights. And if you say I'm not going to sign it, they go, well, then we can't let you leave, which is not true, of course. But most people without a fucking lawyer don't know any better, right? They just don't know any better. Hi, Carolyn. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, they put a warrant out because your probation fee, the $65 a month probation fee, which is really just like, listen, let's be honest here. Like, the court is mostly about money. If you have money, you have no problems. It's a fact, It's a fucking fact. No, police have to write their police reports. And what you're taught, even as someone working in corrections as an officer, is not to put in the report any of your opinions or any speculation. Just facts. Just facts. No speculation, no opinion, no bias, just facts. Want to know how often that happens? Not often. In my experience, at least, not often. 9 out of 10 of the police reports are almost always bullshit that the cop made up, which is just sad. But again, we're talking about shitty officers here, not good ones, right? The good ones don't do that shit, right? They're honest, right? And they're kind, and they're not shitty, right? Hence why, even though I have lived corruption myself, I still pay for the officer. I was at Mary Lou's the other day over in Raynham, so a few towns away. And there was a Taunton cop, must have been on his way to work, I'm guessing, who walked in behind me. And I said to the girl at the thing, like, just whatever he usually gets, like, throw it on my bill. And so she did, and I paid for it. And he was like, no. And I was like, no, let me, please, let me. You're out here trying to keep people safe, and I appreciate that. Now, I will do it for a firefighter, EMT, prison worker, anything like that, because there are good ones out there, and they also deserve to know that, like, people give a fuck, right? Regardless of the shitty ones out there, I do not want to hold accountable the good officers that do good work and good jobs and help people and victims' families, and like, they deserve the recognition of being good fucking people and good officers, right? But when you get a shitty one, boy, oh boy, does it affect the fucking community. Oh yeah, very quick to put people on probation to keep that money coming in. That's one of their main sources of income: probation fees, victim witness advocate fees, restitution, so on and so forth. They love probation and parole. Fees. $65 a month for poor people who can't even afford fucking rent. Like, because that doesn't scream send you back to jail because you can't pay the fees. Like, you know what I mean? And they will, by the way, they will. They absolutely will. Yeah, see, I got to disagree with you on that one. I know you guys don't really see it because most of the time you only see the top half of me, right? Fun fact, though, I'm covered in tattoos. And I know that you only see a few here on the top of me. But I am legit covered in them from head to toe. A lot. I have some more, like, on my back and stuff. But, like, I have huge ones on my leg above my knee, huge ones on my leg below the knee. I got one on my butt. Okay, I got a few on my back, I have one on my neck. Like, I'm covered in tattoos, right? I have one on my hip. Like, I am covered. I'm just covered in tattoos. I love tattoos. It's kind of like makeup to me. It's a form of, like, art. It's art. For me, it's art. And so I know many officers that have gotten sleeves that are probably the best people you could ever know. Kind, generous, thoughtful, but shut up. You don't need to tell them what it is. All right. Notice I did not tell them what the tattoo was, ma'am. Yes, pink at Maryland's. Jeez, my kid's giving away all my deep, dark secrets. Jeez. You're grounded. If I could still ground you, you'd be grounded. Grounded, I say grounded. It does. It gives the good cops a bad rap. And so I want to be very clear here that, like, this one shitty officer does not define the good people that do this work. I worked in corrections, dude. Okay. I worked with both. I worked with really good people who really helped the inmates. And then I worked with some really shitty people who just wanted to abuse power over another human being. They were very disturbed human beings, okay? Listen, kid, you can't be giving away all my deep, dark secrets over here, okay? All right? Jeez. They don't need to know what the tattoo is. Do you want to tell them where all my piercings are, too? Like, that's what we're doing now? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Also, fun fact, I made another bumper for Ethel. I wanted it to be longer.
I need to speak to the manager of reality. To Ethel's internet chaos.
Dun, dun, dun. Hi, Suzanne. How are you, darling? Listen. Oh, thank you, Allie. I appreciate that. Fun fact, right? I checked my YouTube analytics this morning, and I was $20 away from making the exact same amount that I made last month, and we're 2 days away from the end of the month. So now I'm only $10 away from making the exact same amount I made on YouTube last month. Thank you, Allie. I appreciate you. I'm not that funny, though. I'm not. Sometimes I'm in rare form, but I'm not that funny. You guys think I'm funnier than I think I am. So, I mean, if you guys enjoy it, I go for it, you know? Go for it. All right, so we got some other things on the agenda here before I, take the rest of my day. I was hoping to not do a really, really long live stream because I did not have yesterday off, and I am fucking exhausted. I'll tell you that much. But I at least am going to go over some of the things that y'all might not have seen. Girl, yeah, well, you don't need to say the whole other one. Yep, there it is. An asshole. I still have the little holes from the Monroe. So I had one here, one up here in my face piercing era. And then I had the LeBray. You can still see that hole right here. Tongue. Some other various areas. Yeah, the various areas. We'll just say other various areas. Don't get grounded from this channel. I'm saying, yeah, let's not do that. Let's let's not do that. Grounded 21-year-old. Oh, thank you, Suzanne. Whoop whoop. We have now officially made the exact same amount as last month, which is pretty good. I still have 2 days left of the month, so hopefully I go over it. That'll be fun. She knows better than to say it. I'm gonna get grounded from this channel at the age of 21 for saying, "Don't you dare." Telling everybody my goddamn deep dark secrets. I love Mimi. Listen, a few lessons from me and you'll be a pro, Carolyn. You'll be a pro. I just did a mermaid look. I know a lot of you can't see all the colors right now because the camera doesn't do it justice, but there's pink and yellow and then a little bit of purple over here. I went with a mermaid look today. I felt mermaidy, okay? I went with the dark blues here on the end to go into the lighter blues, purple, yellow, pink, mermaid. I love Mimi. Mimi is freaking hilarious. There's a lady on X that looks like Mimi who shits on everyone else's looks. And I'm like, imagine shitting on everyone else's looks when you look like fucking Mimi from Drew Carey. Like, stop it. Knock off the nonsense. All right. Wrong. All right. We're wrong. Girl, yes, you can. Well, I mean, to be fair, I am off Tuesday. That's right. I'll be with you, darling. You know what? We should do like a Monday night from the hospital live stream because you know how me and you are. Me and my oldest were like two just children, We're going to go down to the cafeteria. Maybe Gronk will show up again after I tweet him like he did the last time. That'd be fun. And there's lots of activities at the hospital to do, but we're like two little children. For the gift shop, hang out, see what's in the gift shop. Sometimes there's some fun stuff in the gift shop to do or wear, although it's expensive. Also reminds me, like, everybody remind me at least tomorrow to remind myself, like, it's going to be expensive eating there. You know, it's the one place, one hospital that's fucking expensive to eat at is Children's, right? They have a cafeteria, but like you still have to pay for everything. And I kid you not, they charge you for butter packets and fucking salt and pepper packets. I'm not kidding. I'm so dead serious. They legit charge you for that. Fun fact, people used to think me and my mother were sisters when I was a teenager. They used to think we were sisters. My mother had me young, like I had my daughter. And so they used to think that she was my sister. And I'm like, no, that's my mother. It's my mother. It's my mother. Taylor Swift. Yeah, Taylor Swift. Maybe Swifty will come visit. The food's good. I mean, yeah. I mean, they also have a Panera inside the hospital, which I love their mac and cheese. I haven't had it in so long. I'm really looking forward to like some Panera mac and cheese with bacon. But the problem with that is it's expensive. There's a pizza place in the cafeteria. There's like different like actual places. Like there's like the hospital portion of it. It's all in like a circle basically. And there's a pizza place. There's a this place, that place. Then separately there's a Panera, coffee. Inside Children's Hospital. So there's like a lot of the Aggo bread is good. Yeah, Panera, Subway, Pizza, Regina, coffee, of course. There's like a lot of different stuff in the hospital, but Starbucks, it's expensive. It's expensive to eat there. So whatever, I'm saving whatever I make between today and tomorrow in direct donations to be able to feed myself when I'm at the fucking hospital, because it is expensive to eat there. And they don't feed, the family members, of course. They feed the patients. They feed just the patients. So, it costs a pretty penny to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And if you get hungry for a snack at the fucking hospital, it's wild. All right, let's get to some of these Twitter tales because there's some pretty good ones today. There's some fun clips. You know what I'm saying?
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
Goddamn Twitter melting down again. What the fuck are they doing? All right. Do me a favor. If you already haven't, I know we're an hour and 24 minutes in. I totally forgot already. If you can, please go out and smash the like button real quick. I will give you a minute to do that. Smash that like button. Just smash it. Go over there and smash that thing. And if you're not already subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. We would love that if you would subscribe to the channel. If you're watching us over there on YouTube, not YouTube, on X, or you're watching us on Facebook, we would love for you to come over here on YouTube and join us. Join us in the live chat. If you've never used Jewels before, you can actually get Jewels for free that you can give away. The first little bout of Jewels that you get apparently are free on the computer or on your Android phone. I don't know if it works for iPhones, but it does work for those other two. And you can give away Jewels for free. And then after that, you'd have to buy them. But they're in place of super stickers now. Now there's no super stickers. Now there's Jewels. And apparently I was just told they just hit the UK, which is amazing because at first it was only, I think, Canada and the US. But now the UK, at least some parts of it, have Jewels, which is awesome. And so Jewels you can find down in the bottom of the chat there, where you would normally find like super chats and memberships and membership gifting, which of course you can do any of those things. You can get yourself a membership. You can gift memberships. You can do a super chat, which is fun. You can do the Jewels, which I think are so fun. I love seeing those things pop up on the screen. They're super fun. And then we have the direct donation route, which will definitely help with my Panera mac and cheese. My Panera mac and cheese. Yeah. Love my Panera mac and cheese. All right. So we got a million other ways to donate, like Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. I'll put them on the screen. And then Chime, Revolut. Chime and Revolut are the same as Cash App and Venmo. We do have an Amazon wish list. I want to give a special thanks to the Amazon gift I got. It was a $50 Uber gift card, which I handed right back to my husband for him to use to get to work. That is a huge help. Thank you so much, my friend, for getting that for us. I thank you, and give you lots and lots of hugs, Pepper, for that. That was really, really kind of you. And it's a huge help to us. There's a reason why I put those Uber gift cards and the Amazon and the Visa gift cards on my wish list. And one of the reasons is it costs us a lot of money to Uber my husband to work and back every day. And that sort of helps lessen that burden a little. And so that $50 is going to at least cover a couple days of him going to and from work, which I deeply, deeply appreciate. Thank you so, 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 so much. Oh, she does. Then we have our direct link that works for any credit, debit, or Apple Pay. That is pinned to the top of the chat. It's called our Justice Chat. It's also in the description of this video. So if you're watching this on a restream, you can still donate, and I just read it the next day. I always love getting those ones when I'm not live anymore because it means someone's watching, right? Like, and it just lets you know, like, someone's catching you on the restream and they were thinking about you and they appreciated you. And those always make my heart happy, just to see that someone else is watching and they're right now. And it makes my heart happy anytime someone does it, but it's just kind of a reminder sometimes that when someone's watching it on the restream that, like, they might not have caught it live, but they went out of their way to make sure that they didn't miss an episode, you know, which I love. So thank you all for that. I love all of you for it. You just sent yours? We appreciate you all. We love you all. I love watching the little jewel things pop up because you never know what it's going to be. It could be flowers, could be a dancing iguana. Like, you just never know what someone's going to choose in the jewels that's going to pop up on your screen. A flower, a hippopotamus. Like, you never know. That's what the fun of jewels is. And then they're animated and they do. It's like TikTok, but like, I don't know. I feel like it's better because, like, TikTok is like all the time. Like, they just pop up randomly here, and you never know which one it's going to be, which is the fun of it, you know? We appreciate y'all. We love y'all. Now let's get into these goddamn Twitter tales. First, we have Ethel. Okay? First, we have Ethel.
I need to speak to the manager of reality.
To Ethel's internet chaos.
It's the first thing that popped into my head. Dancing iguanas. Trophy cake. I love a trophy cake. I love a trophy cake. Trophy cakes are good. All right, let's see. Trophy wives are good too. You're all trophy wives in my heart. Okay, just so you know, all of you are trophy wives in my heart. And husbands. Goes for you too, Space, because you're a trophy husband.
A little bit. There's
Sapphire is your trophy dog. Okay? We have trophy dogs like Jet, huh, Jet? All right, Jay, you can be a trophy husband too. All right. You too, Jay. You can be a trophy husband, all right? 7-layer bean dip. Ooh, I haven't had one of those in a really long time. Ethel said she'll be a manager at Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, I remember that one. All right, here's a clip of Ethel. And Jen said, yes, Ethel, it's not fun when someone gets in the YouTubes and talks about you and is wrong. It's not fun, is it? You want to correct it, right? Does anything resonate with you? That's what you did to me. Talked about my stepkids, my former marriage, among other things. I still can't believe you don't get it. I don't think she will ever get it, to be honest, guys.
I pop in, I listen, I just scroll through a little bit. There's things that, like, there's stuff that is just being, I guess it's like telephone. It's so far removed from the original source at this point, and people are, like, with confidence talking about something, and it's wrong. Like, it's wrong.
It's wrong.
And
it's wrong.
I have to resist the urge to correct it, to comment, to bring it up. I mean, like, this is, behind the scenes discussion about, like, doing a stream. I pop in, I listen, I just scroll through a little bit. There's things that, like,
she's wrong. She's wrong. It's wrong. You can't do that. It's far removed from reality. See, this is why I don't go with, like, random rumors. I just go with what I know and your own words. See how that works? See how that works? Never. I don't know what space this is. Whose space is this? Oh. Weird. That's weird. Natalie's never, like, talked shit about people without saying it with her whole ass chest, so I'm confused here. Would that what never work? Your jewels don't work? She recently, I played the clip where she was talking about being making it the best Dunkin' Donuts ever. We talked. You might not have been here that day or that part of the stream, but we did play it and talk about it. Mine never work. What am I doing wrong? You mean your jewels? Is that what you're talking about? Like your super chats or super stickers or memberships? You gotta be more specific, darling. Who's worse, Sparklets, Jess, or Barry? Oh, Barry. Barry. You mean the jewels? Yeah. So if you have an iPhone or an iDevice, that's where it gets tricky. That's where it gets tricky. iPhones and iDevices try to take another 30%. And so YouTube is like, no, we can't have that. We already take 30 to 60% from the creators before we pay them next month with anything that comes up on YouTube. That's why I always tell you guys, like, if you have a favorite creator, no matter who it is, Brian, Mike, like whoever it is, like my opinion is do the direct donations because it goes right to them. They don't have to wait an entire month and some change to get it from YouTube after YouTube takes their portion of it. Like use their Venmo or their Cash App or if they have a link like I do that works for a debit or a credit card or Apple Pay, like use that instead because it goes right to them. They can keep their channel running without waiting for YouTube to pay them once per month and take their cut out. Really? That's weird. It says error every time. Are you doing it on an app or on the computer? If it's the app, you might need to update the app. Sparkle tips. I love it. Sparkle tips. You might need to update the app. Otherwise, I don't know why it would be erroring you. Also, recently they just came out in the UK. At first, it was just the United States and I think Canada. But if you don't update your app and your app needs to be updated, some things won't work correctly. Make sure your app, if it's on the app, is updated. Otherwise, you can use a computer. It should work. I haven't tried to do it on the computer yet, although I'm going to try to see if I have free jewels and give them to Mike or Brian or try to split them. I don't know if I can do that, but I haven't been able to yet. I haven't been on and tried it yet with them. It won't show up on my back end because I'm on my stream, so the box won't even pop up for me here, but it should if I'm watching someone else. But that's why I say though, like always do, like the jewels are fun. They're fun to see like what's going to pop up. Oh, you have an iPhone. Yeah. See, that's why you have an iPhone or an iDevice. It's not going to work for you. You have to have an Android or be on a computer to do it. Because iPhone tries to take another percentage and YouTube and Android are like, no. Google runs YouTube, Alphabet, if you will. That's the name of the company. Will not do it on an iPhone or an iDevice because they try to take another cut out of it. And there's a contract, like a contract per se, that when you sign up for YouTube and you're monetized, that they're only going to take this percentage out. They can't have iPhone taking an extra percentage on top of that. It takes away from the creators who aren't already not getting shit, especially if you're a smaller creator, you aren't really getting shit. So if you have an iPhone, that's why. Yeah, if you have an iPhone or an iDevice, that's why. That's why it's not going to work for you. Just so everybody knows. It's not that, okay, so here's the thing with Barry. The problem with Barry is that Barry makes up these wild conspiracy theories in his head and he runs with them. He's obsessed with Nan, okay? And I'm not kidding when I say obsessed with her. He will not leave her alone. She has ignored him and said, leave me alone probably 1 billion times. Everyone else has said, leave her alone about 1 billion times. And his way of trying to like still be obsessed with her is to call her family, stalk her, threaten her family members, threaten her friends, threaten people she knows, call all these boards, do all these things to upend her life. The most recent conspiracy theory was somehow Nan had sex with Aiden. The conspiracy theory before that was that she had sex with anyone else who was a creator, who was a man. Next thing you're going to tell me she had sex with me. All right. Just saying the shit that Barry comes up with is not just wild. Okay. Not just wild, but completely fucking wrong. Wrong. And he knows it. And that's the part that gets me is like his evidence to this is Aiden went to New Jersey. Therefore, he must have met Nan and they must have had sex because he was in New Jersey. No, he was there for a hearing in New Jersey because he was charged in New Jersey and he was seeing his lawyers. That's why he was there. And this was back in February. So like he comes up with all these weird conspiracy theories. Then you have people like fucking Val that go and gaslight him and are like, yeah, Barry, you're onto something, blah, blah, blah. When you're dealing with someone who's very, very unwell, and I can tell you from experience dealing with Barry, he is not well. Okay. He's not well. And there are other people like that out here in the YouTube's world right now that are not mentally well. They're, in my opinion, they belong inpatient, honestly. And they come up with these wild conspiracy theories. Well, this person has to be this sock account because they said this word, and this is a word that only these people use, right? Like, come on, dude. He is literally, and I kid you not when I say stalking Nan. 1 minute he is demanding that she call him right now. Okay. On the other hand, he's trashing her and making up all these wild conspiracy theories that simply have no basis in reality whatsoever to try to get people to hate her and not like her because he's mad that she will not contact him. Well, you're stalking her, my dude. You've already been charged with cyber stalking in another state before, Barry. Like, ease up, bro. Okay. Yes. And he's done it to multiple other people. He has a record of doing it and getting in trouble. He's faked his death. All right. That's a cry for help. Okay. Yeah. It's a cry for help, a serious cry for help. I don't know why his family wouldn't have committed him at this point. He's very, very unwell, in my opinion. Again, worked in mental health. I literally worked with the criminally insane on a daily basis at the prison. Okay. And yeah, no, not well at all, in my opinion. The man has some very clear mental health issues. And I would be shocked if someone told me that he wasn't taking some sort of substance as well. And again, that's pure speculation, but it's my opinion that that could be a possibility with him. He's very unwell. All right. When you are endlessly stalking and demanding that someone call you, and then the next 5 minutes you stick up for them when someone else says something, but then you trash them again, and then you're demanding again that they call you. The most recent was like demanding that Aiden call him and quote, work this out. Work what out? There's nothing to work out. Right? He thinks he can get involved in all these other little things and like insert himself. And then when he comes up with some wild theory that everyone else needs to call him right now and work this out before he calls the feds, the FBI, the CIA, the fucking this board, that board, the other board. The problem with it is that most of these places he's already actually called, and they literally have notes in the system that are like, Barry Lewis, very unwell, like mentally not okay. Like he calls multiple times about multiple wild fucking, like they literally have notes in their system that pull up when his number calls, even when he blocks it, because it's the government we're talking about. And there are notes saying like, this person is unwell. The shit they say is fucking wild and untruthful. Like, please disregard, basically. Like, that's not okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, not okay. Not even a little bit. No, I'm not important enough to be running around demanding shit, but the amount of demanding shit for him is wild as hell. Wild as hell. And so he has done everything, including contact ex-husbands, ex-wives, ex-boyfriends, boyfriends' jobs. Like, he will not leave Nan alone. He will not leave Steve alone. He will not leave anyone alone he thinks, like, you know, will help him get in contact with Nan, which is so out of the realm of normal that you're going to harass people and you think they're going to contact you after you're harassing them and lying about them all over the place because your brain is telling you some weird conspiracy theory. Like, he keeps saying, like, everyone got together and screwed him over and did these horrible things to him, although he can never tell you what those horrible things are because there's no horrible things, right? Then he tries to claim that he, like, somehow was like a forensic examiner of you know, phones and whatnot. That never happened, simply isn't true. Like, the wild shit that he comes up with and then makes himself believe and then spits out to other people is so wild and off the realm of anything that's true. It's like someone clearly needs help. Okay. I'd say before, but around the same time, I'd say around the same time. Hold on, let me turn my AC on. It's getting kind of hot in here. It's getting hot in here. I'm not taking off my clothes. I am getting so hot. It's hot. Definitely got to turn the AC on in here. Sorry, guys. Definitely have to turn that thing on. Very hot, very hot, very hot. I don't know. It's wild. They need to leave her alone. Listen, Nan's a good friend of mine. And I have had the privilege to get to know her as a human being. And the same can be said for some of you, Jesse, Steve, like Leah, right? Like, I will never not stick up for my friends. And the amount of harassment that gets thrown towards Nan and Steve, me, a lot of these other people, it's deplorable. It's disgusting. It's inexcusable. Okay. It's not okay. But when you're feeding people that are not well, and there are several people, especially on X and YouTube, that are not well, mentally not well, and really belong in a mental health facility, in my opinion, inpatient with meds, then you're just basically feeding their obsession and their own conspiracy theories that they're coming up with. Now, the problem is that some of these wild conspiracy theories, that I know are false completely because, like, either I was there or I, like, know a part of it or, like, whatever. Like, I know for 1,000% reality is completely false. Like, and here they are spewing it as if it's fact. on social media, and then calling people's jobs, people's ex-spouses' jobs, people's like, so, like, this is wild. Like, Barry, get help. Okay. I say this with all of the concern for anyone with mental health. Get help. Okay. Get help. Stalking people is going to lead to charges. You cannot stalk people. You cannot call their family members and their jobs, and because you want them to contact you because you're stalking them and they want nothing to do with you. It's been very clear Nan wants nothing to do with you. Neither does anybody connected to Nan. Please leave her alone. Move on with your life. You know, he loves to scream into the interwebs that, like, everyone screwed me over and there was this big plot against me this whole time and everyone planned it. Do you know how wild that sounds and how ridiculous that is? Sorry to burst Barry's conspiracy bubble, but all the while, there are actual other nefarious things being done to plot, to hurt Meredith, to hurt, you know, Nan, to hurt people who didn't fall in line with Aiden. You were not a part of that, Barry. They didn't give a fuck about you. As a matter of fact, they riled you up like a toy and used you however they wanted to use you by aiming you in whichever direction of whatever person they didn't like at the moment, by feeding you bullshit information to get you angry or upset or mad. The fact that he hasn't figured it out yet is wild. It's wild, you know? Wild. Wild, wild, wild. I can't wait for practical magic too. Lorelei, my friend, thank you so much. Sends $25 and says, best wishes for tomorrow. You just bought my mac and cheese, Lorelei. I'm going to use that for my mac and cheese at Panera. That's going to be my dinner. I'll figure out lunch later, but that's going to be my din-din. My din-din. You know, I was sitting here thinking, like, there's no Mary Lou's near the hospital. Nope, there sure isn't. I'm going to have one of my friends from Boston, if they're in the area, go get me PS Deli coffee that I haven't had in I don't even know how long, and bring me a PS Deli coffee, which would be amazing, to the hospital. That would be delicious. Well, that's probably one of the reasons why they're mad, because she stopped supporting shitty people. I don't blame her at all. But imagine like what they tried to do to her after that, right? They've like tried to shame her into not like supporting any creator, because God forbid she throw a super chat, which is so funny to me because they have no problem with J7 throwing large super chats around or large gifting of memberships. Although I haven't figured it out yet whether she actually thinks that is a circumventing of the 30%, because she said that on the show she was on with Ethel, but it does not circumvent that. They still take 30% of the membership fees, which is weird. I don't know why she thinks that, but that's simply not true. She actually answered my comment about joining in when TV Pal and others. She was more thoughtful than I anticipated. Interesting. Interesting. Is it hot? Oh, no. See, listen, Lindsay, I feel for you, my friend. And to be fair, if it wasn't for one of you wonderful human beings, I wouldn't have AC in here either. I wouldn't be able to afford it. These ACs, this is the one in here is the oldest one in the house. This is the one that we had for a few years now, and it's the only one we had for several years. And it's only, I think, 5,000 BTUs. So it only does a small room. This is a very big room. And so like it cools it a little, but it's still like hot. I put all the other ones in the other parts of the house so everybody else would be cool. I, put the shittier one in the place where I would suffer, obviously. The only other place there isn't an AC is my little's room, and that's because her window is like this big. So I found one AC that would fit in that window. One. One. And her window like almost touches the ground. We're on the third floor. So her window is like this far from the window sill is like this far from the ground. So that's the only other place there isn't an AC. But if I leave her door open, at least in her room, she's middle of where the living room and kitchen are. So her room will actually get cool with those ones as long as her door is open. And here, it doesn't. It doesn't. I try, but I mean, it cools. It definitely cools. It's definitely not as hot as it would be without an AC. And for that, my friend, I send all of my love, because for many years we basically were like all summer concentrated to like one room. We would either put it in like the living room and then block off all the other areas and everyone sleep there, or you do what you got to do because they're expensive. You're talking for a decent one to cool one large room, you got to get 8 or 10,000 BTUs, which is $400 or $500. It's not cheap, not cheap at all. Not cheap at all. So It will. That's going to be my din-din. I appreciate you. Like you can get mac and cheese and like a half a sandwich or something. It's like a meal deal thing. Yeah, the problem with the hospital is a lot of the times they take out the meal deals and you have to buy everything separate because it's the hospital and they know it's your only option. They don't go with like the whole full regular menu, which pisses me off, but we shall make do and we shall get mac and cheese and we shall take pictures of our mac and cheese, our bacon mac and cheese, you know? It's probably a mouse hotel. Probably. I wish I had a basement. That would be amazing instead of a storage unit, you know? See, you like the windows open. Yeah, the humidity definitely makes it worse. 91. Yeah, see, no. No. I have pots, and especially with pots, like heat, like I can't even take hot showers anymore. It has to be like warm or lukewarm because it makes you feel like you're gonna like pass out, and you can and you will. And so hot heat like that, I can't be in it anymore, unfortunately. Thanks, COVID. Appreciate you. I used to be able to deal with it, no problem. You know what I mean? I never had that problem. Thursday's supposed to be 99. Oh, no. Pollen trees, yeah. I have allergies. And yeah, the allergies did not love me last week. I think probably because the rain. I feel like the rain was a part of that. All right, what else we got? Hold on. We got some stuff. Hold on. Oh, I'm in the wrong fucking thing here. Hold on. All right. 1800s old. Oh, it's stilts. Yeah, we don't have a basement, unfortunately. It's like a crawl space, I would say, actually. I live in a multi-family home, so. All right. What else we got here? I just want to say, I don't know what happened on the spaces. But what I will say is Natalie is a good person, a decent human, and weird to make a weird statement about her doxing or calling a job or outing a family or calling police on someone. As she said, she's never once condoned it, any of that behavior. She doesn't talk a lot of shit about a lot of people. That's 100%. Everyone can read my tweets and make that conclusion. If you come on my, like, why sit there and talk shit about someone and say something that simply isn't true? I don't know. It's weird to do that, you know? It's weird. It's really strange. Okay, so this is Meredith. She said, holy tone deaf, zero self-awareness from Ethel Machado. I've been thinking about publishing on my YouTube the body cam footage from her repo I obtained through a public records request last winter. She's monetized my personal life for 8 months, so why not? Kept thinking it might be useful with the sudden spike in interest around her lately. Then I second-guessed myself. Do I really need to pile on? God sent the signal today. Happy Saturday. Multi-part series dropping on my YouTube at 2:15.
One thing I do know is I have not seen any one person.
Oof. Car's black, interior's black, and zero breeze. You can have your state back if you're in heat, LOL. Right? The one thing I hate about not having a car is being stuck at home. You know what I mean? Like, I'm stuck here all the time. It's awful. I'm a person who likes to get up and go. I like to get up and go. It doesn't matter where it is. Go and get a coffee, visit a friend, whatever. Go to a state park, enjoy the breeze under the trees, like, you know, something. Picnic, like, let's do it, right? I hate it. I hate being stuck in the house and not able to really go places. Like, I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan. I always had a car my whole life up until this last couple of years and never had a problem being able to just go, boop, 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 here, you know? Go help a friend move, help a friend get to the store. I used to help my friend Lisa, who has 4 kids, and she doesn't drive, didn't have a car, and she's a single mom. And I used to bring her to her appointments, grocery store, like wherever she needed to go, you know, like get her out of the house, have some laughs with my friend, make sure she got all her, you know, things done that she needed to get done. Like, I don't know. I hate not being able to do that anymore, you know? I concur, BB. I concur. Stalker status for sure. Me too. I worry about that too. Yeah, humidity makes me cranky as well. I have to concur on that. A lot of these people stalk me, and it's like, bro, you don't even know me. Stay the fuck in your country, all right? Over in Denmark. Is that where you're from? Denmark? Oh, she did? changed about writing her observations about TV up at some point. I hope she does. I hope she fucking does. I hope she does. All right, let's see what Ethel had to say. What are you saying,
The thing
Ethel?
I do know is I have not seen
For money?
any one person get so much hate on the internet.
That's bullshit. Sorry, I'm going to go with that's bullshit for 700, Alex. That's, again, the self-importance is amazing. I've never seen a person get more hate than me. Ethel, shut the actual fuck up, dude. I still get death threats 3 years later. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Me, I'm so important. I got some hate for a little bit. Where? Ethel, me, where? Like, what? Bro, I've been dealing with that hate for 3 fucking years for multiple Aiden adjacent content creators that have never met me a day in my life, dude. They don't know a single thing about me other than Sewer Turtle said so. Okay? Amazing that she would be saying such a thing. It's wild. Hey, Justice, nice to see you. Fucking wild she would say something like this. What's the rest? Because I can't believe she thinks she's this important that, like, oh, nobody else has gotten as much hate as Ethel. Like, are you for fucking realsies right now? I singularly remember Lindsay getting a ton of hate for 2 years. Meredith, Leah still gets talked about to this day, almost a fucking decade later, at least over a half a decade later. Okay, wild. Kate, me, Nan, like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's wild. It's wild to pretend that other people didn't get 10 times the amount of hate you magically gotten. And not for nothing, but I don't see hate. I see people calling out your behavior. I've been doing that for quite a while anyway. And it's like, bro, just come clean. Nobody would have anything to talk about. Just come clean. Tell everyone you know Aiden's a piece of shit. You're too afraid. You're too afraid. We get it. We understand. But at the same time, like, that ego, that self-importance. Only me. I'm the only one who's gotten that kind of hate. No one else has gotten that kind of hate ever. Never, ever, ever. Like, to say that out loud when you simply know that that just isn't fucking true is wild. Oh, yeah, that motherfucker just would not leave me alone. I just ignored most of it because, like, he's not important. I don't give a fuck what he has to say, and he's a fucking weirdo. So there's that. Right, Nina? I concur with Nina on this. Right? She's the most important victim in history. Forget everything. She's the real victim. These people are perpetual victims. They get it from Aiden. Victim, me. Like, come on, dude. The self-importance is wild. Like, listen, there are a lot of other people that got more hate than you, Ethel. A lot more. A lot more. Including myself. So sit the fuck down.
I do know is
Wild
I have
to
not
say that.
seen
Wild.
any one person get so much hate on the internet in a small amount of time, like in this ecosystem.
Yeah, that was wild.
It is bizarre. It's crazy, actually. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, Ethel. You're right. It's wild. It is crazy. That's what the sewer turtle people do, you know? Calls my cell and leaves threats down. See what I'm saying? Like, wholly unacceptable, dude. Unacceptable to do that shit. Just, it's wild. Like, plenty of people get more fucking hate than you, Ethel, okay? She went on to accuse Will of crimes without fact-checking any of it. Not a fan of Will. That shit's totally unacceptable. Well, I know about his specific crimes. I've read his record, and I have the articles also somewhere where he also did a live stream admitting to hitting his son. So that was alleged in the charges, but never proven until he admitted it himself, of course. So, right, start a fundraiser for poor Jess. She got a whole $5,000 this month to not work, and then she decided she's going to work and said she was on track to have the best month she's ever had. But then a few days ago was like, I'm not making anything this month. It's going to be the worst month. Like, she can't even keep her lies straight at this point. It's wild. Last night, yeah. See, this is the kind of shit that I deal with. And it's like, cool, I just blocked the number. But you know, BB, if you're dealing with it, you know, right? Then what happens is they just use a different text now app number or a different spoof number, you know, and just do it again, or send an email or a DM, or, you know, from a fake account, or so on and so forth. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, lady? Like, yeah, I guess so. I mean, I guess, I guess. It's fucking wild, but I guess. What else we got? What lack of self-awareness? Oh, I think this is the thumbnail that Meredith made. Apparently one officer wasn't enough, then two, then three, then four. Roughly 15% of the department ended up responding to what was supposed to be a routine repossession. Okie dokie. But that's a sad thing, Nanya. That's a sad thing. I prefer to exist with other people. I prefer to work with other people if it's necessary to get to the bottom of truth, to stick up for victims, to do the work, right? I prefer to work together. A lot of these people are just like, who can I step on to rise above them? And jealous, how do I get better than them, right? And it's like, just be you, right? Just be you, your own unique self, okay? Be your own unique fucking self. That's what you do. Work with other people. Rise together, dude. Stop standing on other people's fucking necks to try to go up. You know what I mean? Like, hold the hands of other people and rise together, bro. Like, I prefer that and not shitting on people for a sewer turtle so I get the pat on the head and he won't attack me. Like, that's just wild behavior, Wild behavior, I didn't hear that take, Nina. What was it? I can have your what, darling? Oh, BB Nan is asking for you to give her a call again. She's not sure what happened, but she needs to speak with you. Yeah, I feel like they are scary emotions. Hello, my darling. Hello, how are you? Oh, yeah. Listen, all the time. I'm like, okay, Barry, sure. They're going to, fly through the window and on their carabiners and ropes, smash through my windows, and the feds are coming. We're going to make a whole little song about the feds are coming, Like, what the fuck? What? Like, what? I can have your what, darling? All I need is your support with smashing the like button, my friend. You gotta be more specific, though, because by the time I get down to another comment, I'm like, what? I can't have your what? I can have your love. Didn't she and AD go on AK show and just tear down a track? Yes, they did. Absolutely, they did. And so that's why I'm like, is she serious? Is she for realsies right now? This is wild. Yes, give with one hand and take with the other. I would never do that. Yeah, very wild. Very, very wild. But I mean, again, this is when I say, like, someone needs help. Like, he needs help. Oh, we have a Muppet Man. I love Muppet Man videos. We have a Muppet Man video. All right, Scott, what you got for us today? Mr. Muppet Man looks like an Aiden. Now, I'm unsure if this is Brandy. Is this supposed to be Brandy? I think it's supposed to be Brandy. Ask Mike for my number. Barry is up to something with your number. Oh, for fuck's sake. Have Mike send it to you, Nan. Let me know, Nan. If you want, I can text Mike and ask him where. You can, too. Hold on, guys. One second. All right, sorry, guys. My sister called. She's coming to get my little So she can play with my nephew. If he wanted to play with his cousin, and she wanted to play with him. Okay, we saw this one. Ethel was talking about the K thing at the end of her word. She said everyone is doing it now, like they wanted to talk like her. No, it's making fun of. I don't like. See, this is what I mean. Like the perception of like everybody's doing it because it's like new cool thing to do. Like, is them all that in a bag of chips? Stop. It's the new cool thing to do. No, it's nobody fucking talks like that, and it's weird as fuck, bro. Nan said she called you, left a message, and left a text, baby. Like, no, that's not a thing. Like, that's wild as fuck. They're not doing it now because they want to talk like you. It's weird. It's weird. No one talks like that. I've always wanted Heelys. Oh, the shoes that you can just like fly on. I love those. Love those. I don't know, but I do know that there hasn't been a Sunday service Bettero show in 2 weeks now. Gee, I wonder why. Bettero's too busy. All that money she's losing. You know? Wah, wah, wah. Yeah, and a bag of chips. All that in a bag of chips. All that in buttered bread, man. All that in buttered bread. They really don't. They really don't. Nan, greetings from Jersey Shore. I cannot wait to visit like that area. Jersey, New York. There's so many of you in that area that I want to see. Ugh. I wish more of you would be close to Ocean City, Maryland, because I think before Ocean City, Maryland, which is a tournament, it's like Worlds for my husband. This will be in Ocean City, Maryland. He was picked to play. And I think I'm going to do a raffle before that to be able to raise the money to go. I have an extra pink slow cooker still in its box. And because I have two somehow by accident. And so I have that, and I have other things. I have some pearl jewelry that I've made myself, of course, which I showed you guys the other day. Here's a pair of the pearl earrings I've made. These are dangle ones, and then I have just ones that I made that are studs. But I have all sorts of things that I could put into another sort of raffle. I did a raffle once before, and actually the dispatcher won it from the dispatcher who Aiden used to do her run the plates of the witnesses that she lost her career because of that, because of him. She ended up winning it. Somebody picked it up from a friend, a mutual friend of ours picked it up and brought it to her. But I remember during that, that's when Aiden was shitting on me, and they spread that rumor. Oh, I did a raffle and no one won. And so I begged her to speak up. I'm like, dude, please speak up. Like, and she was too afraid. And then after like 2 months, there was so much of it, people just saying like, because there was makeup, like brand new makeup, like high-end makeup that I had, like all of it I owned myself, just unopened or extras that I had gotten beauty boxes for a long time. And so it was like extras or like duplicates. So I never opened the second. And so I did a whole big basket of things. And I remember him saying like something like, oh, she's wearing lashes. Is she wearing lashes that were supposed to be in the thing? Like, no, I only wear Glamnetic lashes. Those were glue lashes. I don't wear glue lashes. But the shit that they would come up with was so fucking wild and made no sense. I begged her to speak up. I still have all those text messages too. And then eventually she did on Facebook and was like, guys, I got the basket. Like, I don't know what the fuck you people are talking about. Like, I won the basket. I have the basket. Like, but imagine you receive it, right? You win it, you receive it. And then imagine you're too afraid to even say that you fucking received it and that you have it. And for months, you allow people to pile on to someone with things that simply are not true, right? Meanwhile, I'm on the phone with you for fucking like 18 hours at one point, to the point where I'm like so tired, I'm like ready to fall asleep on my own stream. I'm like, I gotta end this, guys. I'm exhausted, so that other people can then make rumors that I was high. No, I wasn't fucking high. I was exhausted because I had been on the phone with someone while they were crying in a corner because they lost their fucking career and they were panicking about how they were gonna pay their bills. And I was trying to help out. Like wild shit. So I've chosen not to do things like raffles or anything like that since then. But you know what? Like, no, I'm not going to allow people to sort of like lie their way into like doing shit like that. Like, no, like fucking no, absolutely not. No, 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 no. No, I 100% agree with you. Like, she agreed that she shouldn't have done it. You know what I mean? Like, she 100% agreed she shouldn't have done it. And she said that. It's in your training. You should know not to. You know, she shouldn't have. Yeah, you know, she did. But he also kind of threw her under the bus on saying, like, it was a dispatcher, so they knew right where to look and who to, you know, look at. And, like, he did it to be a dick. Like, let's be honest. Like, he didn't care who got thrown under the bus. And it's like, why still speak to the man? You know what I mean? Like, what? Like, what the hell? Okay, BB, just so you know, and I've gotten permission, BB. Are you still here, BB? I need to know you're still here before I do this. But I agree with you. Rose investigates. Thank you for your $2 super chat. Have you heard of the bricks and minifigs scandal? No. I don't. Maybe? I feel like it sounds familiar. But I would love to know about it. I'll tell you that much. Now I'm intrigued, my friend. Now I'm intrigued. Tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. I am intrigued. Yeah, it's mimicking. Like it's satire. It's satire. You know. Let's all get Heelys. Rope tow system. We could fend out climate change. I feel like we did that. You know, which is wild. Ew. Val. Ew. Blech. Ew. She's just there to stir the pot. I love hoodies. I love hoodies. I'm a hoodie girl myself. From Massachusetts, of course I'm a hoodie girl, you know? In adult, yeah, they have them in adult sizes, I feel like, right? They do, right? The idea solves the drunk driving problem. It totally does, you know? It totally does. I do live for hoodies. Yeah, no, that was Janelle one. And she got it. And it was just wild, the shit that they did. Like, that was way back. This was before your time, Jesse. Like, but it was wild. The shit that they would come up with just to try to shit on me or say I'm bad is like, that's how far they would go to make shit up. Like, that's how far. Just crazy, you know? It's really incredible, Nina. J7 said, sorry, maybe she's not actually sorry, but it's the action that counts. And she doesn't bother me at all anymore. See, I actually happen to like have a few things in common with J7, and regardless that I don't like Ethel, I actually happen to like J7. I don't, you know, I think a lot of people jumped on the whole like, Baker is a victim bandwagon, and it's like, bro, his actions do not scream victim. As a matter of fact, they scream that he's just trying to get away, just like Aiden, from doing the shit that he does. It's crazy. Like, you know, it's weird. Ew, no, thank you. Oh my God, I love that. A hoodie from when he was in college. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I have, obviously, you guys have seen my softball hoodie from my husband's team. It says Mrs. on the back, obviously, and his last name. All of my softball jerseys and softball hoodies say Mrs. with his last name on the back. And fun fact, when I decided to do that, all the wives then wanted one that said Mrs. on the back. All of them did. All of them. I just need to know BB's still here before I pop this out here. Oh, you're still here. Okay. So Nan says that she thinks she has your number. She wanted me to tell you that her number ends in 76. So you'll know it's her because her number ends with 76. So she really wants to chat with you. If you don't, I mean, you can send it to me an email, or I can ask Mike for it. If you guys don't have it, I can switch number. You know, I can give you Nan's number if you don't have it, BB, or vice versa. Okay, yeah. So you'll know it's her because that's the last 2 digits of her number. Okay, let's see. I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, if she does, good for her. Good for her, you know? Good for her. J7 is cool. She doesn't back down. We'll be happy to have her when the aliens invade, right? Fuck the aliens. She has her own insurance company. You couldn't pay me to run shit unless you're a cop radioing in something, right? No, thank you. No, thank you. not get in trouble. You know what I mean? Like if it's copywriting it in, you call it in, like you check it. That's what you're supposed to do. You know. I'm in on beating up the aliens. Let's do it. I'm in. Unless they're cool. Unless the aliens are cool, and then we can make peace with them. You know, like if they're cool, we can make peace. I like it. I wish I had some of those clips, but I didn't clip things then. Listen, there's a lot of people that have clips, so I don't know which ones you're looking for, YVE, but there's a lot of people that hold a lot of clips for a lot of different things, you know? Yeah, I think she is smart. She went to college, you know? The Lego case. Interesting, because I love minifigures. You guys know I love minifigures, but I also have a big problem with the fact that nowadays, if someone gives Legos to the, I've talked about this millions of times probably, the Salvation Army or whatever, like so that other kids can play with them. Well, what happens is the Salvation Army or the Goodwill, they take the Legos because Legos are worth money, even though they might only be worth like $8 for one minifigure. Like they want anything that's worth anything now. So all the things, including like Coach purses or things that are going to be worth resale money, they now take all of those things and they put them on an auction website and they auction them off to the highest fucking bidder instead of putting them in their Goodwill or the other one there that I just said, Salvation Army stores, so that low-income families can also enjoy them. They take everything that's worth anything and they fucking auction it off to the highest bidder, which is why I will never shop at either of those places ever again. I do not support that. For the longest time, the things that were high-end, that were secondhand, were passed down to people who could finally afford to maybe have it even if it was secondhand, and now it goes to the highest bidder. Like, that is not the spirit of what those stores were made for. You know, I highly disagree with that. They stole some old guy's Legos. Mormon Mafia in Utah, Fraudulent Notaries, LLC, shell games. You should check out the BAM map. I need to write this down. You guys know I'm a huge fan of minifigures specifically. Thank you, Rose. I will. Shell corporations doesn't shock me. Fake notaries doesn't shock me either. Not even a little. These people, you know, it's wild. I'm gonna have to look at that website. Thank you, Rose. I appreciate that. I did, right? Whoop whoop. I made the goal. Now I made the exact same amount that I made last month and a smidgen over. I always try to hit, like, I try to make $100 more on YouTube than I made the last month. And so now I still have 2 days left to make $90 more on YouTube and hit that goal, you know? So now I got exactly the amount that I made last month and now a little over. So I always try to beat myself by a little bit. Hello, my friend. Oh, your daughter's wedding, I know. On the way to the Caribbean. Oh, I love it. Is that where they're going for their honeymoon? The wedding was beautiful. Went off without with nary a hitch. I'm so glad to be back home with my Yorkies. Oh, your Yorkies are so stinking cute, though. And your wife. I love Kenda. Her smile in any picture just, I feel like lights, like I immediately smile. I see a picture of his wife and like, she's got the most beautiful smile. And every time I see a picture of her, like I smile. Like she makes me smile. I'm not even in the same room as her. She's one of those people that could like walk into the room and smile and just everyone would just feel happy and smile. Like, I love it. I love it. I freaking love it. I am glad the wedding went off without a hitch, my friend. Make sure to take care of yourself. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here because I probably need to take my advice on that more, but make sure you rest, my friends. Weddings are taxing. Okay. Mine was too exhausting. Exhausting. Their registered agent is dead. Yeah. That's suspicious. That we were talking about all the high level people connected to the scientists in the labs that are gone missing or died. I mean, it's sketchy as hell. Like that is sketchy as all hell. Like I feel like there's a lot of sketchy things going on here, guys. A lot of sketchy things. Congratulations on her wedding. I love it. I love it. Thank you, BB. That's my email. Yep. J7's from Newton. Grandfather started the insurance biz. She's a trust fund baby. That's okay. I wish I was a trust fund baby. Good for her. You know what? I see that she gives with her money. So, like, listen, not everyone's a giver. And if they are givers, they give to like charities, which is fine. But charities only use pennies on the dollar for people. I prefer to give to human beings than charities. Actual human beings, so that I know the whole thing goes to them and they don't have to fit some small subset of criteria to even qualify. And if they do qualify, they might get $100 out of the million that they have, like it's not really going to help. Like I prefer to like give to just people in general. So I can appreciate someone who gives, I can appreciate that. You have it? Okay, good. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into the Lego case. Bricks and Minifigures is like a Lego side store that resales them. They took a man's life savings of Legos and won't give him the money. Oh, hell no. Do you know how long people save those for? Especially ones that are worth money, like Star Wars. I have an entire Star Wars set that's not opened. Still in its box. On purpose. Okay? On purpose. Because they could be worth money one day. Decent money. And so, yeah, no. No. Like, no. No. People who like, I collect the minifigures. And when the sets are out, you want to collect all of them and maybe even have an extra or two if you can, because then over time, if that one never gets made again, or yours has like one of the smile teeth is missing, like printed it was missing, not like it rubbed off, but like, printed it was missing, or like a part of it is disfigured during the time that they made it, and it's like a one-off, that could be worth money, or things like the Disney ones, Nickelodeon ones, like Star Wars ones end up being worth money. I like the minifigures. I have the Muppets version of some of them, although I'm missing a few characters of the Muppets, but things like that. Like I haven't, anytime anybody sends me because the minifigures come in like a separate pack on their own. They're just singular packs with minifigures. I like the superhero ones, right? The super villain ones, like those ones are always my favorite. Along with like any Nickelodeon, like 90s or like Cartoon Network, like on the old cartoons that they make into minifigures are like some of my favorite ones. And so they're not on my wish list, but I do collect. I should put them on my wish list. I do collect them. I collect them because I have like looks like a little staircase that you can put them on. And my whole little staircase thing, it's 4 minifigures. It's all filled up. So I'm going to need to get a new one. But anytime I see one in the store that I have the extra $4 or $5, I'll grab one. And it's fun because me and the kids put it together. We guess before we open it. We're going to guess who's going to guess that we got which one we got. And then we guess, see which one we got, put it together, and we put it up on the thing together. And it's a fun little thing me and the kids do, and I collect them. So I love my minifigures. Ugh, I would be exhausted. If I were you, I'd probably be asleep until tomorrow right now, Grave. Oh, and there goes Grave. Sends $100 and says, for took a nap, not enough. We'll say later, more in PM. Yes, tell me all about it. I want to hear all of the wedding details, my friend. I want to hear all of the wedding details. Thank you, Grave. I appreciate you. That's very generous, my friend. Very generous. It's actually that money's gonna help me when I go to the hospital on Monday and Tuesday. Now I have lunch, breakfast, dinner, and breakfast the next day. So, and possibly a snack in between. Fucking hospital food is so expensive, man. Like, that's okay. You go right ahead, my friend. I agree that the greed is going to be the end of humanity. This just feels like that's what's going to be, The A3 podcast actually had the guy in and had a lengthy interview with him. This was about a month ago. I'm going to check that out, too. Civil rights lawyer is helping in the case, too. He did a couple of videos covering it. Interesting. H3. Oh, yeah. I know of that one. Had an interview with a guy about a month ago. It was very lengthy, and the cops were in it, and a whole ass conspiracy. It's fucking wild. I saw recent updates on the Lego case that it wasn't worth as much as initially reported. Still wild, everything that happened there. I agree. Like, how steal that shit? You know what I mean? Like, wild. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out after the show. The regular web ending, the BAM map. I'm going to have to definitely look into that. Reckless Ben is the guy who tried to get the Legos back and who is now being charged for getting involved, and the Mormon cops are seemingly covering for the store owners. Yeah, that doesn't shock me either. It doesn't. Yes, please, I would love them. Oh, I love it. You're stoic like me. I'm not a huge smiler in pictures either. I'm just kind of like here I am, look at me. You know, it straight up looks like a murder board. Oh, God. Fla, thank you for being a member for 5 months, my friend. I'm not really a giver. Yes, you are. I feel that you're a giver in your heart, Allie. You give here once in a while, and I appreciate you for it. You know, you give when you feel it's right to. And that's all that matters. You did it with your heart. Happy Sunday, CB Free. There's much more going on with the Lego case than anyone has discussed in detail on the website. Fraudulent notaries and franchise takeovers and the literal mafia. Ooh, I love delving into that shit. There is nothing I'm afraid to fucking say, that's for sure. The cops illegally redacted the body cam footage. Oh, really? They raided his house because the company said he stole the Legos, even though they stole the Legos. Oh, my God. They were trying to cover their own asses by being like, he stole them, instead of like, oh, my God, I can't. You know, that's Turtle Boy. Like, that is diabolically, like, Turtle Boy behavior right there. Like, blame the victim to try to get out of it. Like, what? Rumple's been going over the court case filings. You don't necessarily play with them. You put them together and then you put them up. Like, showcase them essentially. Because like I said, Legos can actually be worth money. And also, to be fair, when I only do the minifigures and I put them together with my kids. I do want one of those beautiful flower ones. They have the flower Legos now, and you can put it together. It's like 3D, and it makes like a vase and then flowers. I really want one of those. I think me and the kids would have a blast putting those together. It is therapeutic, right? I feel like that too. Also, when I use my Cricut and I make things, like for instance, when I do the raffle, I have these blanks. They're canvas bags, right? In different colors. They're blanks on purpose. And you can put whatever you want on them, right? You can put, words and things like flowers or hearts or whatever. And I'm on one of these. But when I use my Cricut and I print out the stuff and then I weed out all the pieces, like, I feel like it's very therapeutic. Very therapeutic. I'm not going to lie. It keeps me busy. It keeps my mind busy. It's very therapeutic. Tetris. Yes, Tetris. The corgi. Oh, thank you. Old enough to know. I was showing everybody earlier. Let me see. Hold on. Pull this up for 1 second. Because you can't really see on camera. It doesn't really show you, but I did like a mermaid look. So we got some pink, some yellow, lighter blue, darker blue. I did a mermaid sort of color and look. I felt like kind of mermaidy today. I was feeling kind of mermaidy today. I'm messy. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. Looks like a spawn of Betero in this still. I love he does, right? It's a baby Betero too. $30 minutes to do. See, you're quick on a 1,000-piece puzzle. That would take me. Oh, the International Space Station and Apollo 11. Those would be cool ones to have. Cloud City. Oh, that would be fun. Oh, I bet it was on back order. Those ones are ones people really want. Hello, Rose. I'm unsure of J7's current whereabouts. The empire she draws from, based in Newton. The owner of the Airbnb where they were staying said they overheard a convo about stolen Legos, which is what the cops claim was their cause to go search the house. No, actually, in most places, you know what the cops would tell you? That's a civil matter. They'd say, that's a civil matter. We cannot, that's not criminal. You're going to have to take that person to civil court. That's what they would say. That's what they would say. At least here in Massachusetts, that's what they would say. They'd say, that's a civil matter. We can't help you with that, Said if they don't stop, he's going to call the cops and say they stole them. It's all insane. They also stopped the kid involved and did field sobriety test for like 2 hours for nothing. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with the cops there? Because they're just going to get themselves in trouble at this point, I didn't see it. I mean, I've seen it before. All right, no, we're going to play the Muppet Man video. Let me play the Muppet Man video first. Can we add Will's Air Force wands to that pick of Aiden, right? That would be amazing. And the Air Force Ones.
Imagine looking like this over 40 here on X and telling a pretty girl you'll fix her fridge. What's next? Not gonna lie, when I read it, I felt dirty. Sweet young woman, there's no way she's even 30. He's dangerous, he's hideous. My God, he's an unholy terror. He's creepy, he's icky, he's a downright old sick. He thinks the women want him to take a good look in the mirror.
Moves! I see moves! I see moves! I love the moves, guys. I see the goddamn moves. Legos. I love Legos. The moves! The moves! The moves! Gotta love the moves. I gotta love it. I gotta love the moves. That looks delicious. I don't know what this is, but this looks, is this meatloaf? I don't know, but it looks really fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. Making me hungry. Why do we always end up talking about food here? Is there a reason we always talk about food? I don't know why. Maybe I'm always hungry when I'm here. Like, maybe I'm always hungry. That looks delicious. We always talk about food, and I'm always like, Oh, there's a clip of the sewer turtle? Okay, hold on. A Claire fundraiser for Sports Bras. You know, in one of his recent clips, he said something about like recouping and like basically admitting that it's just funding his lifestyle and he just doesn't want to spend his own money. And it's like, ooh, shocker, as if we didn't know that already, you know?
I can't go back! I can't go back! I can't go back! These idiots will buy anything I sell.
We may or may not have had ice cream sandwiches that were cookies and cream. And like 2 weeks ago, we ate them all, of course, me and the kids, because they're delicious. And then I bought a 4-pack of the Oreo ones that had cookies and cream, basically ice cream inside. And there's only 4 in there, so we ate those 2. So now we're out of ice cream. I haven't had ice cream in the house in a while that we can eat. But like, I'm not gonna lie, Mo, I'm a little jealous. That sounds delicious. I have hot fudge, and I have cherries. I have maraschino cherries, and I have sprinkles. And usually I get like fresh bananas and ice cream. We do like fresh bananas, hot fudge, sprinkles, whipped cream, and cherries, right? But I don't have bananas and I don't have ice cream right now. Definitely need to get ice cream. The kids in me ate all the ice cream. And then they had ice pops, the fruit ice pops. I like those too. You know what my favorite ice pops are? The bomb pops. Who doesn't love a good bomb pop? And I'm kind of upset. Those are the red, white, and blue pops. They're delicious. Delicious. And also, like, who's not mad that they don't have Choco Tacos anymore? Because I'm very upset. They're Jimmies. We call them Jimmies. I know, but the kids call them Sprinkles. I call them Jimmies. But the kids call them Sprinkles. So if I don't say Sprinkles, other people might not know what I'm talking about. We don't call them Sprinkles here in Massachusetts or Boston. We call them Jimmies. But I say Sprinkles because not everybody's from where we're from, and I recognize if I say Jimmy's, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck are Jimmy's? Like, what the fuck are Jimmy's?" Like, it's It's the old, argument. Jimmies versus sprinkles. What are they called? Well, here in Massachusetts, fun fact, we call them Jimmies. They're Jimmies. But I say sprinkles because nobody else would know what the fuck I'm talking about. I love Choco Tacos. They don't make them anymore. Like, that's bullshitaki. I say bullshitaki. See, that's the age-old argument. Are Jimmies only the chocolate ones for people? Because here in Massachusetts, what Jimmies are to me is, doesn't matter what they are. Chocolate, colored ones, they're all Jimmies. Not sprinkles, Jimmies. That's what we call them. See, this is the age-old question. Some people are like, Jimmies are only the brown ones. But I grew up, at least where I grew up, between Dorchester and Boston, and then Quincy, which is right next to Dorchester and Boston. Jimmies were always sprinkles of any kind. All the boxes we get, chocolate Jimmies, rainbow sprinkles. Interesting. That's interesting. That is interesting. Jimmies are chocolate and rainbow sprinkles. See, that's the age-old question of like, which one is which? Or are they all Jimmies, you know? I don't know. I have attempted to do the Choco Taco thing. It did not come out well, I'll tell you that much. It was a while ago, but popsicle dude wipes ruined bomb pops forever. Bomb pops are amazing. They're delicious. The kids love them. I love them. You can't not have like a 4th of July without a bomb pop, dude. They're so good. They made that bomb pop prime. It's not as good as the original bomb pop, of course. It's just not, you know? I stopped saying Jimmy's. It has a racist background. Does it? Is that true? Does it have a racist background? Is that a thing? I don't know. I always called them that because that's what my grandparents called them, you know? Choco Tacos went out when COVID came in. Yeah, I was very upset about that. I remember when they said they were going to stop making Choco Tacos, and I tried to buy them, and everybody had bought them because they were not going to be made anymore. I was very upset about it. I was very upset. Chicken and woofles for a dog. I love it. People say it all when ordering, but the manufacturer, all like on the boxes. Yeah. East Cambridge and Boston. Yeah. I would love a hot fudge sundae, but don't want the coma afterwards, right? It is like a food coma, though. Not going to lie. Nunya special. Orange sherbet with chocolate Jimmies. Jimmies are all the variety, not just chocolate. So, fun fact, I sometimes will buy sherbet or dairy-free because I have 2 lactose intolerant people in the house. Hubby is lactose intolerant and my little is lactose intolerant. But I will tell you, when it comes to ice cream, they want regular ice cream. They don't care if they're going to poop their brains out. They want regular ice cream. I did not know that. I did not know that Jimmy's has a racist background in Boston. Did not know that. Fraps. Fraps are always different when you get them in places. Is it with milk? Is it without milk? Is it with ice cream? Is it without ice cream? Every place is different. You never know. You got to ask. You got to ask if it's a milkshake or it's a frap. What is it made with? Like, I've learned this the hard way, folks. Okay? I learned it the hard way. It's because of the Jimmy fund. Is it? Is that connected? Hey girl, I was just talking about you earlier and how like I can't believe somebody did I didn't listen to the space, but I saw the post that Moni made and I was like, who would ever say anything bad about Natalie? That is weird. Weird as fuck, bro. Weird as fuck. But to be fair, it's just as weird as them saying fucking bad shit about me and they don't even know me. So to be fair, we're not dealing with like decent, normal humans. I had no idea that was a thing. Jimmy Fund, if you know, you know. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Jimmy Fund really. I mean, I've heard of it, but maybe. Quincy's where I grew up most of my life, and we were the city of presidents, right? Because the Adams were all from Quincy, and so there's the old Adams schoolhouse, which is still there, which was always part of our field trips as a kid. Abigail Adams' room or area in the house, which is next to that. They're historically preserved or whatnot, and then Abigail Adams and John Quincy Adams, all buried in the cemetery right there in Quincy Center. So we were the city of presidents. Our mascot was a president. Okay, kid you not. It's not a joke. But maybe it's possible. I think there's only 2 or 3 actual Quincy's in all of the United States. One of which obviously here, and then I think one's in the Midwest, I believe. Quincy, I can't remember where, but it's somewhere. Another pissed off American citizen. What else is new, right? It has a background with Jim Crow, and since sprinkles were black, they started calling them Jimmies. Oh, that would have been so easy to figure. It's a myth. This is a myth. I'm so good at fraps. People ask me for banana cream. Ooh, PB cup fraps. That actually sounds good. If it were so, I wouldn't say it. Oh yeah, I didn't know that. I used to live in Back Bay, best years of my life. Oh, Back Bay is an amazing place to probably, like, amazing nightlife near Back Bay. Like, everything is so easy to get to right there in Back Bay. Expensive, very expensive. I had a friend who lived in Back Bay when I was in my 20s, and God, is it expensive. She inherited like a brownstone in Back Bay, and I think ended up selling it just because, like, she was moving. I forget where the hell she moved, Midwest somewhere. But the brownstone was expensive right over there in Back Bay. We call them sprinkles. If they're round or the longer ones, LOL, they're all sprinkles. Back Bay is beautiful. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. I had no idea that that was a thing. Milkshake Fribbles is made out of soft serve. Fraps are hard ice cream. Yeah, see? You gotta ask. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Not in other places. It's rooted in Boston. Historically, Boston is very racist. That's so weird to me because you always think about, like, where racism started and, like, where it's the worst, and you always think the South. Like, that's what pops into my head is the South, right? I'm not saying that we don't have racist assholes here in Boston. We definitely do. But my mind always automatically goes to the South, you know? Like, I mean, wild. Yep, John Quincy Adams. Molded in most of my slang and New England knowledge based on townies. Interesting. I'm down with the negative and ugly spaces that are just gunning for a bunch of ladies. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird as fuck. It's weird. Oh, it's weird. Oh, yes, you got to make it thick. If want added candies, I blend. You can make coquito frap, Puerto Rican drink. Woohoo. The Boston world I knew is long gone. I feel like it's been gone for a long time. Super expensive. Yeah, and there's no parking. And then you could just be towed or get a wild parking ticket, you know? People in Boston are friendly and nice. Most people, at least. If you haven't seen the reincarnation of Peter Proud, then it has a cult following and a great 1970s film. Yep, gonna have to look that up. You know me. I'm a nerd. I like this kind of stuff. Like, I am a freaking nerd, okay? I'm a nerd. Peter Proud. That is something I need to look into. I am like a history junkie, or like a, weird history junkie. Like, I like the weird histories, the spooky histories, just the downright, like, history. Like, not revisionist history, the actual history. I love it. Hard ice cream is Giffords is so good. Oh, my favorite is the, and I can't remember if it's Giffords or not, but it's grasshopper pie, and it's basically mint ice cream with chocolate chips and pieces of, like, Oreo cookies. It's so good. I'm 2 hours behind. You mentioned the DUI guy. Curious if you have an opinion on Emily D. Baker. I do. I like Emily D. Baker. I actually like Emily D. Baker. So, I mean, not a fan of the DUI guy, but I do like Emily D. Baker. She likes to go over a lot of the court documents, which I do too. When there's a case that I'm super excited about, I go over all the documents in that case usually. And she goes over all the documents and sort of explains it in layman terms like I like to do. And so it makes it a little more fun. And just reading it word for word, people are like, okay, I don't know what the fuck that said. Like, you're reading something word for word in legalese, which what you do is you read it first, word for word, and then you explain to people what it means. You break it down into parts and say, well, this part is basically saying this part is basically saying this, so that people understand it. And I think Emily D. Baker does a great job at that. Well, they were explaining above two different reasons, I guess. And I have to look into that because I did not know that. Cities are diverse, and growing up in one gives you exposure to other races. It sure does. I think that was Proctor's problem. Yeah, he didn't grow up in the city, right? Probably learned from his dad some bad things and never got the exposure to other races till he was caught. I grew up in a city, so, like, all sorts of cultures and colors, and I myself am a mix. I'm a weird-ass mix. I am freaking Congolesian, West African, Puerto Rican, Portuguese, Irish. Like, I am a fucking weird mix. I am a weird mix. And I love to experience, like, one of my bucket list items is travel, right? Travel the world, the country first, then the world, and experience different foods and cultures and people and games that different cultures play and parties that they have and just music, like all of it, just being rich in knowledge and understanding of all of those different things. It sounds like so much fun in my head. Like, it's like a party in my head to think about, like, doing all that stuff, like it would be so fun, I was just saying this to someone the other day. Some people inherit, money, they inherit homes, and what they do is they sell those homes or they take that money and then they do the things on the bucket list, like travel, I'll never inherit anything, unfortunately. Anybody I would have inherited anything from is dead and gone and was passed on to their, like, spouse, and then their spouse used it to live until they died, right? So I will not be inheriting anything. But, one day I hope that, I make enough to be able to travel and meet new people and do a lot of good just for the world in general, different places, different people, different things, that's the dream in my mind, for me, at least. Buy a Class A and be able to just travel. Like, I would love to that sounds like the dream to me. Like, be able to travel, be able to help people. Like, that's where my heart is most happy, Salem witch trials were actually in Danvers. Yeah, they were. Fun fact, my dad, who adopted me, grew up in Beverly, which is right next to Salem. And there are some places there, especially during Halloween, that you can go to that they had things going on. But a lot of it was in Danvers, which is right nearby. Anthony Hopkins was beyond reproach when it comes to, like, the things that he played in movies. Like, that man was just so talented. Hello, Clarice. Oh my God, it's so good. Christina, you have to try it. Grasshopper pie is delicious. It is so good. Look, fresh bananas, chop up some fresh bananas. Okay, sprinkles or jimmies, whatever you want to call them. Okay, hot fudge, whipped cream, and a cherry. Actually, multiple cherries, because, like, you got to get cherries in there, just like you got to put them in different places in the ice cream, just like you put, like, you got to slice some bananas and put them at the bottom of the cup, in the middle of the cup, then the top, so you get to throw out the whole ice cream. Same with cherries, you got to put some here, some here, some here, right? So good. You'll never go back to anything else ever again, I swear to God. I can agree with that statement. We fear what we don't understand, Not yet. Nope. The cops are looking into it. I at least confirmed that part. They are investigating. So, I mean, I'm assuming they would probably try to go to a grand jury with that, and that person would be charged. So that would take time. That's not going to happen right away. And of course, they're not going to tell us who the person is, even if they found out in the first couple of days, because they're still going to go through the process of grand jury, which is secret. So until it's publicly revealed who was charged, we're not going to know. But I did call to find out that they are, in fact, investigating that. So, I don't know. Good question. Not really sure. I mean, to be fair, I always say there should be, like, a psychological part to being a cop. I also think that part of law school should be part of it. How can you uphold laws and you don't even know what the law is or what it entails? They get the most basic of basic. A lot of cops, you could literally don't even know what law they're supposedly upholding, and that they're breaking someone's civil rights by pretending to know what the law is when they don't really know it. And so it's like, how can you be a cop and uphold laws if you don't know the most basics of the law, of what people's rights are, of what you can and can't do, and why, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I always said, like, they need to have some sort of law school, not the quick version that they get, but some sort of fucking law school on the fundamentals of all of it, what you can and can't, why, so on and so forth, and psych evals, more than just a basic psych eval. Do you know what the CIA and the FBI do to people to make sure, right? And even some people slip past that, but very few, right? So, like, that's the kind of vetting we should be doing when it comes to just officers. But because there's such a shortage nowadays, they just pretty much take anyone, and it's wild as fuck. Wild as fuck. Just wild as fuck. Flying monkeys. Can I get some flying monkeys? But that's the thing. Even if they found out who it was in the first couple days, they're going to then take that to a grand jury. That takes time to have that person indicted, right? And usually they do that before they arrest you. Sometimes they'll arrest you first and then indict you later. But in a scenario like this, my thought is they would probably do the indicting first and then arrest after. So they can do it one of both ways. In this kind of scenario, they're also, I'm guessing, working with the federal government because it's a federal offense. So who has jurisdiction? Who wants to take it over? Do they want to charge them federally? Do they want to charge them statewide? Like, what do they want to do? That's going to go back and forth between the two entities at hand here. My guess is they'll bring it to a grand jury. And in order to bring it to a grand jury, you have to get a grand jury together if one's not already sitting for this. And so are they doing a federal grand jury? Are they doing a state grand jury? I don't know. But all of that isn't something that was going to be solved in a week. So anybody who thought that was, come on, like that was not going to be solved in 7 days. It wasn't going to be solved in 14 days for us, right? For the general public. Like, we're not going to find out, I would guess, for about at least a month, if not a little longer. That is the timeline that would make the most sense, would be 6 weeks or more when that arrest might be announced for the public. And that's the best guess that I would have based on, normal circumstances of dealing with something like that. So this isn't a quick and easy, like, oh, you committed a crime in the state, now you're arrested, over. Like, this is a federal offense. You called in a bomb threat. That is a federal offense. And so they have to have conversations. Does the feds want to pick it up? Do they want to leave it to the state? If they want to leave it to the state, do they want to indict? Or do the feds also want to pick it up and indict and get a federal grand jury together for it? Like, there are things that need to happen, right? Before we're going to ultimately get the name of the person. Travel is something that I've always wanted to do. I've never traveled I've done the East Coast, of course, because I've driven to Florida several times, but I have not done the opposite or Midwest. And so definitely parts of America I have not been to that I would love to visit before I start, popping off different countries. Although I want to go to Scotland, I do. The Netherlands, I want to do the islands, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. Lucia, you know what I mean? I want to do that. See, that's the kind of stuff I'm interested in. Like, somebody remembers a previous life and they can like pinpoint things that would happen, like wild shit like that. It's just so interesting to watch. I feel like it's just so interesting. That's not all I need. That's not all I need at all. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. They could possibly want to continue an investigation to see if this person is doing other things. They could get a wiretapping warrant to wiretap this person and get communications, which again, that would take time. All of those things could take time to build a case against this person to see if they were doing one nefarious thing. Chances and odds are, who else were they working with? Were they working with other people? They could get a wiretapping warrant to find out. Like, they could get a warrant for emails. They could get a warrant for phone records. Like, they could get, geofencing if they needed. But again, that would depend. Are you doing it federally? Are they charging them state? Who wants to take the jurisdiction on this? Like, this is not something that's going to be solved in 7 days. It was never something that was going to be solved in 7 days or 14 days for the general public. The cops probably already know who it is. They're not going to share that with the general public right now. You're not going to say, hey guys, this is the person that did it. We got an investigation going, but like, here's the person, because y'all need to know. So here it is. Like, that's not the way it works. Not even close. Yes, Silence of the Lambs. Hello, Clarice. Hello. Hello. Hot fudge marshmallow whip. What the hell is marshmallow whip? I love mint. I love mint. I love mint. Ooh, skinny popcorn. You won't kick your feet like Aiden? Oh, damn it. You got to kick your feet because you can't reach the ground, No crying. We don't need no crying, my friend. No crying. No crying. No crying. Tie the body camera to the paycheck. Must be 100%. I feel like they should be on 100% of the time, but their argument for that, of course, is Yeah, we have said that. The sewer turtle sucks. But since you brought it up, I have this funny clip, you know, this one that probably no one's ever seen before.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
So funny. I'm sorry. It's so funny. Never not be funny. I agree with this, Nunya, but they're never going to do that because the data, right? It costs money to save the data. It costs money. Like they're just going to argue money. I think it should be on the whole time. You ever hear them at the end of something happening and they're all standing around like the other cops are doing the investigation, but the other cops are just perimeter and they're all like, oh, did you shut your camera off yet? Did you shut your camera off? They're literally waiting to shut the cameras off to say some shit. They know they can't say it with the camera on. And it's like, bro, that's why it shouldn't go off. It's literally why it should not go off. Never, you know? Probably gonna make it uglier, you know? I've never been to Cuba. For a long time, we weren't allowed to fly to Cuba. I remember, what was it? Jennifer Lopez went there when it was still like banned or something. And everybody was all up in arms. And they were like, oh, so you can go there if you're rich, right? You can't go there if you're regular people. We can't go there. But if you're rich, you got your own private jet. You're totally allowed to go somewhere where it's banned, right? But now that we're allowed to go there, definitely somewhere I would want to visit. You know what I mean? My dispensary. Ooh, they're having a 3K raffle win. That's kind of cool. Oh, the body cam died? That's bullshit. Like, first of all, it should fully be able to hold a charge for an entire 24 hours. Like, come on now, you know? Oh my God, we should write a song that Aiden sucks. Marshmallow sauce. I know, I don't know the slang, girl. You gotta tell me. Whipped cream, hot fudge. Ooh. Listen, I always like whipped cream and hot fudge on my ice creams. All right, let's see. What's this nonsense clip of the sewer turtle? All right, what is it? Let's see.
Karen Reed didn't kill John O'Keefe. I think about this every day.
Every day.
I think about it.
You guys see it? He had to invoke Karen's name again because he can't make money without saying Karen's name. Hey, fun fact, Aiden, Karen hates you, bud. She hates you. She hates you. She can't stand you. She wants nothing to do with you. Like, I don't know what part of that you're not seeming to grasp onto, but like, she would appreciate it if you would definitely stop saying her name. Multiple people told me that, by the way. Oh, yeah. I visited Miami Beach once, and definitely not a place to bring children. That's for sure. It's definitely for adults. But I would like to go visit Miami Beach again. Me and my husband, maybe one day. That would be fun. We don't take a lot of like adult vacations with just the adults. You know, some people take like, you know, their vacations with their kids all summer and then they do like one adult vacation, whether it's the winter, summer, spring, whatever. Our one adult vacation is usually the end of July. It's usually me and my husband and a few friends, and it's to celebrate our anniversary at the end of July. We'll be together 12 years at the end of this July. And we float down the Saco River. So it's, you know, Maine. It's right on the New Hampshire-Maine border. But it's Maine. It's not too far away. It's just, you know, a hop and a skip, couple hours drive. But we usually get like an Airbnb and, you know, have a blast for 3 days, you know, 2 or 3 days, just swimming, floating, having a few drinks, grilling on a grill, you know. And that's really our only adult thing. And I don't think we're going to be able to do it this year because I don't know. I haven't really gotten any response from like people who could go or wanted to go outside of, I would go anyway, just me and my husband. But that always is the issue of we don't have a car. So usually we have other people who are driving, and that's what we're doing. And also my sister has that brain surgery in the first week of August. So if I don't do it at the end of August, end of July, then I'm not doing it because all of August I'll be trying to run 2 households. So it's like, I don't know if it's going to be possible because as of right now, we're in the, you know, almost beginning of July, and that is not money saved at the time. At this time, I always liked EDB, but she really impressed me. Her last Karen Reed is doing a good job keeping the chat civilized and not allowing crazies to take over. See, I think that's half the problem. But so here he goes, sort of invoking Karen's name again. What else does he say?
The more we get to trial, I think about getting on that stand, and I'm not gonna lie, like I get aroused, like sexually aroused. I get a fucking hard on sometimes thinking about, man, I really get to get on the stand.
He's such a weirdo.
And the news and say it all.
Who the fuck says this? I just want to know who the fuck says this. I look like it could be your cousin. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I'm a weird mix. I'm such a weird mix. when I did the DNA thing, it was really to find out about my daughter's rare disease. My mother was adopted, so we don't have a lot of family medical history. So my husband bought me that DNA kit in 2019, and I did it to sort of find family members of my mother's biological family and see if anybody had any rare diseases like that ran in my mother's biological family. Although we did not find any of that. My both her biological parents had passed already, unfortunately. But she did learn she had some siblings, which was nice. She's not gotten to meet them still. COVID was happening right after I did the thing. So like a lot of things changed, and a lot of her siblings live out of state. They don't live in state. So it was not just easy for her to like, go by and meet them, say hi. She's met 2 of them, but not all of them. Some live down south. So it's a little more difficult, but nonetheless, I know she still talks to them here or there. I haven't really talked to them since like the first time I found them, because like originally it was just for the medical, and then obviously I passed along the information to my mom so she could talk to her biological siblings or whatever. But I found out obviously through that like what I was, and I had always known that I was Spanish of some kind and Irish of some kind, because I know my biological dad. So my biological dad's side of the family is Irish and Scottish. My great-grandparents, so my father's grandparents, were right off the boat, Ireland and Scotland. And so I just didn't know like what my mother was, right? And she was a weird mix. She gets very dark. She gets way darker than me, and always is. And so on her adoption things, it says like the doctor questioned why the adoption agency would put a little brown girl with a white Irish Catholic family, and my grandparents like fucking lost it on the doctor and was like, how dare you? Like, how did we pick this child? Like, how fucking dare you? What does the color of her skin have anything to do with anything? So like even back in the time of like a ton of racism, my grandparents were ahead of that curve, you know what I mean? And so so I found out that I was Congolesian. That was probably the biggest shock, from the Republic of Congo. Congolesian, West African, Portuguese from the Azores. Tiny little island, Portugal. It's called the Azores. Puerto Rican and Irish, Scottish, Irish. I forget what the other thing was. It's like 1% something else. I forget what the other thing was. These were the bigger pieces, and there was just like one other one that was like 1% something, and then there was 1% unassigned. So that basically 1% of they couldn't figure out what. But that made sense to me. I was like, no wonder why I get so dark, but I'm also Irish. That makes sense. And also, why do I have black hair? You know what I mean? Like Irish people don't usually have black hair. And my mother has black hair, but her hair is also very curly. And my hair is not curly, it's wavy. That's what happens when you mix an Irish person and a not Irish person, is you get like this apparently. And so I am a freaking weird mix, like a very strange mix. If I'm out in the sun all summer long, I get very, very dark. If I don't and I hide in the house in the AC, I still look crispity, crunchy white. You know what I'm saying? Like, weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, did he not hear? Like, look at his face. Who the fuck says it? I get sexually aroused by knowing I'm going to get on the stand and say all this. No, you don't, bro. I don't know why you say this shit. That's weird as hell, bro. Look at his face. He's a fucking degenerate, like a weirdo, creepy dude. Like, that's a creepy ass face. I mean, look at this. This is creepy as fuck. Okay? Like, what is wrong with him? That's the part that he doesn't seem to grasp, is you don't just say what you want. They ask you questions, you answer the question. That's how it goes. And let's be honest, he is never, and I mean never, going to get on a stand in front of people without fucking invoking his right to not incriminate, right? He is going to plead the fifth again. He's not going to get up on the stand and answer questions and be cross-examined because he cannot keep his lies straight. No attorney on planet Earth would let him do that. Okay? None. None. No attorney on planet Earth is going to allow him to get on a stand when he can't keep his lies straight on a daily. He's going to have to plead the fifth again for a second time. Okay? He's a bitch. This is what he feeds his audience so that they'll feed him money, right? Hey guys, pay me. I'm going to get up on that stand and I'm going to make everybody look like assholes. Same thing he said last time, right? He said this exact same thing. Oh, I can't wait to get on the stand with Hank. I can't wait. I'm going to annihilate him. Wah, wah, wah. Then what happened? Wah, wah, wah. He pled the fifth. He pled the fifth. Nobody gets sexually aroused by getting on the stand as a witness. That's the weirdest fucking statement I have ever heard out of someone. Sir, you need Sexaholics Anonymous, okay? You're a weird little gremlin man, and there is something seriously wrong with you, okay? Weird. Yeah, I had no idea that was a thing, Christina. Someone else said that to me, that a lot of people who are Puerto Rican have Congo or from Ghana. I had no idea. No idea. But yeah, when it said Congolesian, I was like, what? That's so weird. I never knew. I know now, but I never knew then, you know? I like EDP. Break out the holy water, right? God damn. Like, yes, he can. He can plead the fifth during a criminal case against him. That's when you plead the fifth, is during a criminal case, is you plead the fifth. You have the right to not incriminate yourself and to not get up there and testify on your own behalf. That's why you see a lot of the like murder cases, you will not see the murderer get up there and testify on their own behalf, because they have the right to not, and it can't be used against them. They have the right to invoke that Fifth Amendment and say, I'm not going to get up there and incriminate myself. And it cannot be used against them in the court case because they don't have to prove anything, right? So they have a right to just not incriminate themselves. We all know why he would be pleading the fifth, right? For Jaholics Anonymous. I can't. But let's be honest, he's not getting on the stand for any reason and, quote, telling it all. Like, he's not doing that. Like, he's going to plead the fifth in his criminal cases. No doubt about it. I mean, who the fuck is going to testify on their own behalf if you can't keep your lies straight? He's not, right? And he doesn't have to in that case. In the criminal case that has to do with that, he doesn't have to. If it's a criminal case where he's a witness in a different case, right, he can then plead the fifth. Can't plead the fifth in your own case. You just don't go up there because you have the right to not get up there, right? But if it's another case and he's a witness in that case, he's going to plead the fifth. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. No fucking doubt about it. There's no chance that he doesn't go, Your Honor, I need to plead the fifth. Now, if he's talking about, I don't know what the context of this is, so I don't know if he's talking about the civil, deposition, but I can't fucking wait for him to do his civil deposition. No, they can depose him before his criminal trial if the judge allows it. They absolutely can. They absolutely can. Absolutely can. But, I mean, he's not going to. His deposition is going to be hilarious, dude, because you're going to take his deposition and put it up against everything he's said thus far and his ever-changing stories and be like, yeah, bro, which one's true? He said, yeah, he has the right to not testify. But if he takes the stand, he's screwed. Absolutely, which is why he will not. Which is why he will not. You know what I mean? Which is why he will not. Yeah, there are. I agree. There are, Well, that's what I just said. That's literally what I just said. If it's someone else's, he can plead the fifth. If it is his own, you just have the right to not get up there. That's your right. Can't be used against you. You can just not get up there. If it's someone else's and he's a witness, he cannot just get up there and be like, I'm going to get up there. He knows he's not. He would plead the fifth. He would plead the fucking fifth. That's what he would do. Like, that is exactly what he would fucking do. You know what I mean? As I said, I don't know what the context of this is. I don't know if he's talking about civil, being a witness in someone else's, his criminal. I have no fucking idea, which is why I threw out all the options. That's why I threw out all of the options. That's why I just said that. You must be behind. That must be behind. Tantruming on the floor? You mean something like this? Little turtle tanties and whatnot?
Can you please go? Can you please go?
I don't think he would take this. Well, I mean, he doesn't listen to his lawyers, but I don't think he would take the stand against their advice. If he does, he's screwed. I mean, anyone on planet Earth would know that at this point. Like, he'd just ultimately be screwed if he took the stand. You know what I mean? He might be that stupid. I mean, he is pretty dumb. He's pretty dumb. Let's hear the rest of this context. I had to stop it when he started saying weird shit about being sick. I mean, look at his face. What a fucking creep. What a creep. It's a creep. He's a creep. What a creep.
You think Kerry Roberts was telling him everything. Wait till Turtle Boy takes the stand. Wait till Turtle Boy takes the stand. He's going to be telling him everything. Everything.
I wonder if this is supposed to be like a dig at Karen. Like, I'm going to tell them all of it. All of it. Like, is it, like, I wonder what the point of this is. Like,
boy, am I going to be telling him everything.
Because when he does this, when he does stuff like this, it's to dig at someone. Like, the audience might not understand that he's taking a dig at someone, but whoever he's talking to knows. You know what I mean? Saying like, that's, you know, what he will. Like, he would throw anyone under the bus to save himself, even if it meant lying about that person and making shit up.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. And so, yeah, anyway, so these people are like, why did I do this? Like, I think about intent a lot.
I don't know what he's talking about, though. Like, I'm not understanding the context here. Like, what?
Right? Petitioning the government, obviously. But you cannot petition the government.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what he was doing. I could see right there. It's exactly what he was doing. It was a weird, veiled sort of threat towards someone. Who the someone is the question. Is it Karen? Like, who is he? Like, there's not many people it could be. Let's just throw that out there. So who the fuck is he sending the veiled threat to? You know what I'm saying? Like, who? Didn't work for Nick and Sodas either, right? I mean, he isn't going to take the stand. We all know that. He did the same spiel with Hank. And then his lawyer got up there and said, Your Honor, he needs to plead the fifth, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Oh, my God, she was like, can you please just get off the floor? Like, why is the couch wet? Did you pee? I'm confused. Like, what's going on here? Also, I'll throw out there that, like, the man had several other pairs of shoes at Meredith's house. So while he's on his stupid live streams being like, my shoe, I couldn't leave. I couldn't find my key fob and I couldn't find my shoe. He had several other pairs of shoes there. And apparently Jason went and tried to help them find the key fob, and still no one found that key fob. So clearly he dropped it somewhere on the street, in the trash barrel, like somewhere, right? Somewhere. But he had several other pairs of shoes that he could have worn, just to throw that out there, because he's screaming about how he can't leave because he's missing a shoe. And people are like, you can take an Uber, and you had other pairs of shoes there. We confirmed that with Meredith. He had several. All those clothes on the floor that he's tantruming on, they're his. That's all his stuff. Meredith said all that stuff is his. Like, not every last piece, but like most of that shit on the floor is his stuff.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
Like, bro, you got many other pairs of fucking shoes, bro. Like, this whole theory of, like, I can't leave, I don't have a shoe. Like, no, he had many other pairs of fucking shoes, okay? Definitely a veiled threat. Definitely. Bomb threats are federal offenses. Absolutely they are. They absolutely 100% are federal offenses to call in a fake bomb threat. Yes, they sure are. You can commit the crime in the state and still it be a federal offense. I hope you know that. Absolutely they are. They are federal offenses. It doesn't have to come from out of state for it to be a federal offense and you to be charged federally, just so you know. You're pertaining to things like it crosses state lines to do like a murder, and you murdered someone here and you murdered someone there. So yes, the feds can take over and that's a federal offense. That does not apply to every single thing. Calling in a fake bomb threat is a federal offense. Also can be terroristic threats, which absolutely, even called in the same state, is a federal offense. Just so you're aware. That's incorrect. Wait till AK stands. You aren't going to be TV on that stand. It ain't going to be your show. And that's the other thing, is just realize it's not going to be the Troll Boy show. You know what I mean? So if he's talking about intent, I think he's talking about the criminal case. Yeah, I'm not sure what context it is.
Without exposure, right? I can't just do it by myself.
Doesn't matter if anybody evacuated. Somebody called in a bomb threat, a fake bomb threat. Regardless of anybody evacuating or not, the cops still had to go out there and investigate. That's still a federal offense. There is no thing that says you have to evacuate for it to be a federal offense. It's a federal offense. They could get you with terroristic threats. They could get you with all sorts of fucking federal crimes for calling it a fake bomb threat. His crowd does eat this shit up. I concur with Old Enough to Know. like right up. And it's wild to see how many people don't have brain cells left. They don't realize this.
These people are like, why did I do this? Like a bit, I think about intent a lot, right? Petitioning the government, obviously, but
petitioning the government,
like, petition the government without exposure, right? I can't just do it by myself. I need to spread the word out there so we can have gigantic rallies at the State House.
See, he's looking for the same level of like people as Karen, and that's his thing. That's his ego, right? I need people rallying to go to the State House. No, he doesn't. He wants people there for him. For him. Like, that's his thing. He wants them there for him. You know what I mean? Do they? I have never seen one. And I'm always like, as a kid, I'm always like, everybody, I have freckles, right? So I'm like freckles, but usually it's like brown or blonde or red. And my hair is like black, like black, dead of night, black.
That's the whole
thing. That's the whole, like, what, bro? So this person says, are Turtle Boy's attorneys in both of his cases, criminal and civil, stupid enough to let him take the stand? I think they are. And from what we've seen from Bradel and Betterow, it's probably going to be a last resort trying to keep him out of prison. And for his civil case, he's fucked. Well, I have to agree with that. He's definitely fucked. Whoa, what is this? No more sharing messages with anyone, either of us. Psycho flipper. 3/12/26. But that's the thing, is he's not petitioning the government, nor has he ever. Ooh, no Sunday service for Nurse Kimmy today, apparently. None. Zero. He was too busy last Sunday and this week? Interesting. Interesting. Same goes for the racism, Betterow. As an actual person who is disgusted by racism, the Proctor text enraged me. Mark, on the other hand, is just posturing, because if he wasn't, he would be equally appalled by Aiden referring to Juneteenth as the feast day of St. George Floyd, which is a hideous thing to say and indicative of exactly the kind of anti-Black sentiment that characterized Proctor's E.T. All's racist discourse. You know? Nope, they very well might. It doesn't have to be a federal building. It doesn't have to be interstate commerce or public transportation. Someone called in a fake bomb threat. That's a very serious thing. They absolutely could and want to get involved in making sure that this is one of those scenarios where they deter other people from doing this shit. In these cases, when people have already done all sorts of wild shit in a case and it is now ramped up to a bomb threat, these are the ones who are ripe for the picking, for the feds to be like, okay, these people want to keep fucking around. Now they're going to find out. We're going to pluck them, charge them federally, and call it a fucking day so that no one else thinks that it's smart to do this. Like, that is absolutely, this is ripe for one of those cases. It doesn't have to involve a federal building for it to be a federal charge. It does not have to involve interstate commerce for a fake bomb threat or public transportation. Still a federal offense. Still a federal offense. Yes, I was there. Well, the cops came in. We heard because when you come in the building, there's like a different area before you turn, and you're in that space where like all the tables are, right? There's that big space where the tables are, but there's multiple other little spaces. So like when you first walk in the door, you got to walk up a set of stairs, and then you got to go through another set of double doors, and then there's like a table to check in and give your information to get your wristband, right? And then beyond that table to the left, there's a little hall, there's a courtroom. Then there's a little hallway after that goes into the bathrooms. And then dead in front of you, there's a bar. And so there's an area right there in front of the bar. So I noticed that other people were like, there's like pictures of like parts of the room where the tables were, and there's not a ton of people in there. Well, I can tell you why. Because there was a ton of people in the bathrooms, and there was a ton of people in that area, like where the bar is. And so there are people sort of all over the place. So somebody said something like, oh, all 30 people that went? No, the place was packed. And I mean packed. Like, there was definitely way more than 30 people there, but it's because people were all spread out, right? So some people are over near the food. Some people are at their tables. Some people are in the bathroom. I had to wait like 10 minutes to go to the bathroom. It was a line. And then there are people over near the bar. There are people outside. Like, there are people everywhere, right? They were everywhere. Like, every fucking where. I don't think they'll frame you. I don't think they'll frame you. Oh, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. Okay. You can doubt it all you want. It's a fact. It's 100% fact. It is a federal crime to call in a bomb threat. It's a federal crime. You think because the CPD didn't come in with bomb sniffing dogs all over the place and evacuate everyone that it's not a crime? Like, it's a federal crime, regardless of what they did or didn't do. It's a very serious crime to call in a fake bomb threat. Just because the cops knew it was fake doesn't make it any less serious of a crime. You guys realize that, right? Like, regardless of what you wanted the cops to do or what you thought they should have done or how serious you think that they should have taken it, it doesn't make it any less serious of a crime itself to call in a fake bomb threat at all. Like, that's the reality. Like, it doesn't make it any less a federal crime because they didn't do what people expected them to do or wanted them to do. It's still a federal crime to call in a fake bomb threat, a knowingly fake bomb threat. Oh, I'm sure he was. He had to play a clip of me too. He's got nothing else left. He's got nothing else left. So he goes after Ginny. Like, the fuck? I know, I'm sorry. Sorry. You just can't unsee that dick nose once it's in your face. You know what I'm saying? Like, he talks about perpetual angry face, dude. Like, sir, you have perpetual creep face. All right? Perpetual fucking I'm a little dweeb creep face. All right? You're a weirdo. Okay? Sir, no, don't make me fix her fridge. I won't do it. Like, sir, no one wants you anywhere near their fridge, their children, their lives, their homes. Like, let's make that abundantly clear, okay? Ginny wants no part of you. Neither does anyone else. You're a fucking weirdo and a loser. Like, wait, like, come on. Weird. It's just weird. Just idiot. Like, what an idiot. Like, who says this shit? Like, Scott said, what worries me is this man is in a stage of almost, our word fantasies. How long before he acts on those with someone? To make statements of this magnitude using a phrase whose meaning is now clearly known seems he's targeting or implying he's going to do a sexual act to her. This is very disturbing. I personally thought the man had gay tendencies, but if not, this is alarming. It's just wild. It's wild to say shit like that. He is absolutely not. He is a poopy face. Me named poopy face. He's not the tough guy that he plays on YouTube. That's the only part of his shtick that's fake, is when he shuts that camera off, he's hands and head freaking out because he knows he's fucked ultimately. Fucked. Absolutely fucked. It's wild as hell to say such wild fucking things that comes out of his mouth. Like,
and that pissed me off. And they are really looking into my shit. They're focused. You never see.
Which I already said. Definitely already said that even if they could be charged federally, that has to be worked out between the federal government and the state to decide who's going to charge and what they're going to charge them for, right? That's not up to me, you, or anyone else. That is up to those two entities to decide who, if they're going to charge them federally, if they're going to charge them statewide. I will tell you, though, it's right for some of the cases that the federal government does pick out to charge federally as a deterrent to other people.
And that pissed me off. And they are really looking into my shit. They're focused. You never see drama on their side, do you? I've never once seen anyone on the anti-Karen Reed side. I've never seen a dispute that ends.
Gee, I wonder why that is. Oh, because we're not fucking degenerate weirdos like you. We don't, create files on people that we no longer talk to or don't like. We simply just move on with our lives like normal human beings. Also, I'm going to break out the missing poster for his pupils. Those things are still gone. They're still missing. I don't know where they went. If anybody's seen his pupils, please let us know, okay? Please let us know. We're desperately seeking the actual black pupil centers from the eyes of his eyeballs. They have vanished without a trace. Last seen October 26, 2023, maybe, possibly. This is an unprecedented loss of sight, sir. It's not a prank. It's a critical emergency. Missing pupils. Can't see the world without your pupils. Can't see them. Where are your pupils, sir? They're still missing. Has anybody seen his pupils? I need to know.
And like whatever, like they're focused, but they are focused. You have to give them that. They don't have a lot of internal division. Right? They're heavily focused on their obsession with me and Karen Reed.
Let me fix this for you. They're heavily, and I will say this with my whole ass chest, heavily engaged in making sure that you never make another victim of your deplorable fucking lies, your manufacturing of evidence, your manufacturing of screenshots, your manufacturing of emails. You're making other people make fake numbers and emails to set other people up, to use things in your blog that you made up. We're steady on making sure that you can never in your entire life make another victim of your deplorable, disgusting, diabolical bullshit ever again in your life. See, you Aiden, seem to get confused with the word obsessed, right? Nobody's obsessed with you. Everybody's sick of you. We're sick and tired of you hurting innocent people and making mountains out of molehills because you can't take responsibility for your own shit. Sorry, I had to do something. Yeah. So I get that you don't like that they acted unserious about it, but that doesn't make it any less of a serious crime. We knew it was fake. Everyone on planet Earth knew it was fake, and there was no fucking bomb in the building. Hence why there wasn't 75 canines. Not that they have access to that amount of canines anyway. You know what I'm saying? But like, that doesn't make it any less of a crime at all. Not even a little bit. So, right? I mean, fuck, that's what he wants, right? Everyone give him money and step up because people who want to stop him from hurting other people are working harder. Well, gee, I wonder why that is. Hi, Pepper. Nice to see you, darling. Nice to see you. Oh, he absolutely is a pig. You know? The way he talks about people, about children, it's fucking wild. You know? He doesn't care if his kids see his show. Do you know how many times people have pointed that out? Like, hey, buddy, your children are going to see this one day. Like, he just doesn't care. He doesn't care. You know? And I wouldn't even call it a crusade. I would call it, once again, like, I am not going to allow him to continue to hurt people. People I know, people I care about, people I don't even know. Future victims, right? Because he cannot take accountability for his own shit. Because he can't write a blog. He needs to make up an email or a text message between him and someone else with a fake account to prove that they said something they never said or did something they never did. He's done that dozens and dozens and dozens of times and put it in a blog and didn't give a fuck. He knew it was false. He 100% knew it was false, but he needed to put a blog up. He needed to shit on someone, you know? So he was being paid to do it. He was paid $5,000 to shit on Kylie. $5,000 and a free trip to Napa is what he was given. And $5,000 was the first payment. We now know there was other payments after that. $5,000 to write a hit piece on someone. Interesting. It was gross. It is par for him. But yeah, I agree with Matt. Prison can't come fast enough. 100%. Yeah, he does speak like this when the camera's off. Absolutely he does. 100% he does. 100%. That's what makes him gross. You know? It's wild. It's disgusting. He's not going to get over it because he knows how many people do not support him anymore. And that's his problem. His problem is so many people know what kind of person he is now that they simply don't support him anymore. And he cannot get over that. He cannot get over it. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Exactly. Exactly. Like, fuck, dude. A lot of us are trying to just get the information out there that, like, stay away from this guy, dude, if you can. Like, give yourself peace, you know? Give yourself fucking peace. Don't be his next victim. Don't do it. Don't do what he says when he says to do it. Don't be bullied. Don't be threatened. Don't do it, dude. Know better. Know better. Know better. Look at these people telling him what he meant. Jenny Lulu. You meant quit the bullshit fighting over stupid stuff. Don't tell him what he meant, bro. He knows what he meant, and it wasn't that, right? This is what happens, right? Is he does something, right? And he knows what he did it for, and he knows the reason. And then people like this are like, well, what you really meant was, and then he takes that and he runs with it. And he goes, yes, Your Honor, what I really meant was what this person online said that I've now taken as my own. I've watched him do that so many times, it's not even funny. Like, come on, man. Come on. Like, really? I mean, he doesn't give a fuck who it is. Judges, it doesn't matter. Cops, he doesn't care. He does not care. Does not give an actual fuck.
And when somebody on their side goes rogue and splits from them, they just cut it. They just cut the cord.
Bye.
You know what I mean?
See you later.
Like they don't feed into it. Have you noticed that? They really don't.
Nope.
And that pissed me off. And they are really looking into my
off. He's very upset about that, guys. He's very upset that we go, okay, someone went cuckoo bananas and wanted a pat on the head from the turtle. So bye. See you later. Don't let the Lord hit you with the good. Don't let the door hit you with the good Lord split you. See you later. Like, why the fuck would we feed into somebody saying all sorts of crazy, nonsensical conspiracy theory bullshit we know isn't true? It's a waste of my time and energy, and I'm not going to fucking do it. Like, that's no, thank you. He will not, though. He doesn't know how to, Freeze. He does not know how to. Does not know how to. He simply does not have the capacity. Does not have the capacity to do that. And that's, yeah, it took him, I mean, he's still figuring it out. Still figuring it out. You know? I can agree with this. Not only does he poach everything from other people, including his own personality, but like even his sewer crew can't be original in any way. Like I did the stream that day, and it was like, I forget what I named it, something about like Real Housewives of Holden Hills, fucking episode 1, moving on up, you know, about his moves. And Will had no content, so he needed a petty stream, and he was like, Real Housewives of Holden Hills part deuce. That's the best you could come up with, bro. Like, yeah, a lot of it I feel like he did steal from Brett. You know, I feel like he did steal a lot of it from Brett. But it's like, none of these people can be original. Can't come up with their own shit. Like, it's all poached from someone else in some way. You know what I mean? Weird as fuck. Weird as fuck. What mental illness is this? Oh boy, what is this? He's getting desperate now, just making up lies about a judge. Right? He is a big deuce juice. He's a TBV. I don't disagree with you guys, you know? So Deborah says, Turtle Boy Aiden Kearney thinks someone is blackmailing Judge Gilday. I'm sure Judge Gilday hears about this. He will require TB to provide evidence of blackmail. We do have evidence of TB blackmailing plow driver Lucky. So this is a worthless attempt at tit for tat. Oh yeah, he has tried to blackmail several people. So this is what mental illness is this with this person. Why do I feel like what's been happening in the political world is happening in Massachusetts? Judge Gilday has completely changed his attitude from what we saw in the beginning. He started out unbiased and a no-nonsense judge. He's still a no-nonsense judge. He is now not only showing his disdain for Karen Reed and her attorneys in open court, but he is showing it in his court orders. Hey, dum-dum on the internet, when a attorney does something completely out of the norm that is just so blatantly sort of spitting in the face of the court, the judge is going to call it out on either side. Sorry that you don't like that. You expect that the judge is going to close his eyes and be like, oh, you're Karen Reed's attorneys. I can't say anything critical of you or call you out on any of your shit behavior because you're Karen Reed's attorneys and the cult might think that you're biased now. Like, that's not what happens, dude. That's not what happens. Yep. He basically stole Brett's shtick. Want to know why? Because Brett was getting more views than him on YouTube, on his own YouTube show. And he hated that. Kate was getting more views than him on his own YouTube show. And so he basically was like, well, I need to do what they do to get more views. And so he basically took on that. And ever since has like just, you know, decided it needs to be shock value, you know, shock value. That's what it is, you know? Someone has something on him and they're blackmailing him. Remember that these people are powerful in and around Canton. For years, they've behaved badly and have been protected by a system of their friends and family. The victims of their crimes will never receive justice and probably never will. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about, lady? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking, like, what? I can't. I can't. These people are wild. I don't know what planet they live on where, like, you can just say shit that simply isn't true just for funsies. And this is the problem, right? This person right here is part of the problem. The defense stating something in a filing does not make it true. Okay? That's half the problem is people are like, oh my God, the defense said this wild thing. And this is why the judge is saying, I would like you to provide factual basis for any of what you just claimed here, because there is no factual basis for it. And it's just sensationalism on purpose for the public. And the judge was very clear about no more pandering to social media and sensationalism. No more. This is not how we do court cases, right? It's not. Oh, this guy really died. Okay, so the guy, Nicholas Verdian, I don't know how you say that last name, that's wild. The Rhode Island con man who faked his own death has died while in custody, according to Utah officials. Did he really die is the question. Did he really die is the question. I know somebody who faked their own death. Barry did that once, maybe twice. I don't know. You know? Yeah, extra green for the turtle points, you know? Extra green. Yes, the judge is from Plymouth County. Not from fucking Canton, not from anywhere near there, you know? It's gross. It's so gross. Imagine saying that, like, to people on the interwebs, okay? Right? I do love the judge's feistiness for sure, but the judge has called out both sides. Like, judge is not fucking around. Judge is like, we're not playing this social media bullshit game. We're not doing it. We're not going to write sensational bullshit that has no factual basis in a filing to get people on the interwebs riled up. We're not doing it. It's not happening, right? So people expect that the judge is just going to not do it because it's Karen Reed's attorneys, that he can never criticize them, or magically it's some conspiracy or blackmail. It's like, how many conspiracies can y'all come up with at this point? Like, everything is a conspiracy if it's something you don't like. You want to know what's so funny? Is multiple people called this out. We were like, one ruling the judge is going to give against Karen and her team, and the whole interwebs of that side is going to say that, it's a conspiracy. The judge is blackmailed. He's on their side. Like, it's so nonsensical at this point. The judge is from fucking Plymouth County, dude. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what? And yeah, he's called both sides out. Yeah, he's 100% fair. They just don't like the result of it. Like, yes, thank you. Yes, Corn Dead. The judge is like, let's start fucking adulting and doing this in court and not for social media. Let's do that. And since he already was very clear in open court about not pandering to social media, and then they literally did exactly what he told them not to do 10 seconds later, it's like, you're going to have to tell a toddler to get in the corner. Like, you told them not to throw water balloons out the window. They're going to hurt someone. And then the next thing you do is you turn around and they throw another water balloon out the window. Like, what? You're grounded. Go sit in the corner with a dunce cap. What are you doing? What are you fucking doing? What are you doing? What's happening? I don't understand. Make me understand for 500, Alex. I don't get it. Don't fucking get it. All right. Weird. Weird. Okay, hold on. Trying to find, hold on. I did have bookmarks. Hold on, let me find the bookmarks here. I bookmarked the ones that we needed to see. This fucking wild animal. Oh, this one says, Aiden bragged about getting paid to go to court when he asked to go. In what universe, being self-employed, do you get paid to go to court? Yeah, you don't. Unless people are sending you money and saying, hey, yeah, here you go. See, Meredith and I actually did get paid to go to court. It's called a paid personal day. So you get when you have a real job, not YouTube. See, I love Jen, but I can't agree. Like, this is my job. This is my job. And it might not work for everyone, and a 9 to 5 might be great for some people. It just doesn't work for my family, right? It doesn't work for my medical. It doesn't work for my kids' medical. It doesn't work for, childcare being as expensive as it is. I don't own a vehicle. Well, here's the rabbit. Ever heard of a vexatious litigant? Marie is a good example. So what that means is somebody who just files all sorts of wild, they just keep basically filing all of these lawsuits against people, and they really have no basis in doing it. They just keep doing it and doing it and doing it and suing for all sorts of wild shit. And sometimes judges will step in and say, you're not allowed to file any more lawsuits unless we find that there's actual cause for this, because you have done so many of these wild, ridiculous lawsuits that have no basis in any reality or the court. It's just a bunch of wild things that you believe to be true that have no evidence that they are true, and you just want to sue to harm this person. And so judges will actually stop people from filing those suits because they make no sense and have no basis in reality. I don't know what this clip is. I did not get to hear it before the show. I saw it real quick and just whoop, because I was getting ready, and then I was having an audio issue. So, but here it is. Here's whatever the fuck Sparkly Ball Rabbit said.
Still not sure when the hearing with Jen will be. That's something that we have to wait, I guess, get in the mail and wait. But since my petition with Meredith has been denied, then I can say whatever the fuck I want about Meredith, can't I? Meredith.
That'll definitely go over well for the judge in Jen's case, Marie. That, since that court case is over with Meredith and she won, and the judge said, no, you cannot have an order for First Amendment speech. I'm just going to say whatever I want about Meredith. I'm going to go back to doing all that. And then I'm going to go to the judge and say, Your Honor, I still need one on this lady, though, even though I might go back to doing the same exact thing afterwards anyway. I'm still going to need one on Altman. It's like, bro, these people can't be that fucking dumb. I refuse to believe that human beings are this fucking stupid. Yet, here we are. And yes, that did happen to JLR. He filed so many lawsuits that the judge was like, no more lawsuits. You do not get to file any more lawsuits unless we feel that it actually has a basis.
O'Neill the witch, once I get that clear that it's been denied, which you say it has been, Meredith, and that's the clear, then then it's back on again, I guess. It's back on again. Anyway, they called Meredith and they called our case pretty quickly, as soon as, the court opened at 1 p.m. And then we had our hearing, and that went on for about 2:20 p.m. And then after that, we kind of sat and waited while other cases were being called. And it wasn't until about 3:45 that the judge called. But I am going to call the court in the morning just to confirm what Meredith's saying. I have no doubt. And I wouldn't be surprised by it because I didn't really expect it to go that far with Meredith. But
I didn't expect it to go that far with Meredith. So you filed a court case and made somebody go all the way to New Hampshire, and you didn't expect it to go that far. But you somehow expected it to go, as she said, with Meredith. So you expected somehow it was going to go further with Jen Altman when you called her job months prior to her ever responding to you on social media. You called her job. And you thought it was going to what? Go further with that? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Anyway,
honestly.
No, Meredith does not have an arrow on me. I filed an arrow against her, mostly for Jen Altman, but, Meredith was being kind of a bit of a bitch as well. So,
being kind of a bitch.
But,
she's a bitch.
But she was causing me a lot of distress. So
she was causing me a lot of distress. Marie, how many people have you caused distress to? I just laugh because I just find it funny at this point, right? Like, take a fucking break to the interwebs, lady. Knit a sweater, swim in a pool, fucking something, okay? It's wild. You needed to jump on the Turtle Boy train because you thought that would bring you the attention and money you were seeking, right? For a while, she had been like, I want to start a YouTube channel. Can you teach me how to use StreamYard? And I said, sure. Teach you how to use StreamYard. It's fine. It's easy. It's quick. I can show you how to do it, right? More than willing to help her learn how to use it. But she realized that, we don't get the money, right? The money that the sewer turtle side gets does not come here. We do not get that here because we're not willing to just sensationalize and lie for it. And that's the difference, right? And so she was like, I want more views and more money and attention. And Aiden's showing a little bit of interest in me. And I'll tell you exactly why Aiden showed any interest in her, even on that spaces that I was on that he refused to speak to me to, is because he could easily manipulate her and did easily manipulate her in another spaces before that. So he was like, ooh, another person that I can easily manipulate. Hopefully they have dirt on people I don't like. I'm going to make friends with this person. I'm going to be like, good job, Marie. Good job. Right? Mind you, he is literally making fun of her in front of her face, and it's going... Nina and myself were like, bro, you can't handle him. He's gaslighting you already. Oh, no, he could never gaslight me. I was in a coercive control relationship, which I doubt at this point. I doubt that if you actually were in an abusive coercive control relationship like me or other people have been, that you wouldn't be able to recognize that gaslighting immediately. Like, she clearly could not, right? Even when we had to point it out to her. Oh, no, he could never, blah, blah, blah. Like, nope. He showed interest, and she was like, oh, yes, if I get an interview with him, tons of people, thousands of people will watch, and thousands of people, they'll come to my show, and it'll be great. It'll be amazing. Like, no. Wait, where is it? Is it on, is it on Meredith or Jen's page? Do you know? No. So she never cared about a fucking thing, let's be honest. It's good. That's a good point, Rose.
I was feeling like I needed to do that.
I feel I needed to do that. She was causing me distress. Okay, block and ignore. Distress gone. They weren't calling you, right? They weren't texting you. They weren't calling your job, right? Come on. Jen posted it. Thank you.
So
I will
kind of
pull it out in a
today.
second.
We're still waiting to hear when the hearing. Excuse me.
We're waiting to hear. That was the other day, and Meredith called the court, and it was denied.
The hearing with Jen Altman is going to take place. I'm not really sure when that's to get a complete answer on what the situation is with Meredith. And yeah, there's definitely HIPAA violations, and that's being.
There's no HIPAA violations. That didn't happen. HIPAA only applies to medical providers. It does not apply to regular individuals. If you share something about your medical history in a public court room, and then I reiterate what you said, that is not a HIPAA violation, you fucking weirdo. And for someone who was a nurse for however long you were supposedly a nurse, like, that's got to be quite embarrassing to claim that, because HIPAA is something that they make you take ongoing education for. I had to take extensive classes for that before I was ever allowed to even step foot inside the prison. All of our training happened outside of the prison. We had training for 6 or 8 weeks before we ever stepped foot inside the fucking prison. All right. Like, what are you talking about? There's no HIPAA violations. Those only apply to medical providers, darling. If you were a nurse, that's got to be pretty goddamn embarrassing to claim that.
Dealt with. So just Meredith O'Neill, the witch.
All right, let's see it. Jen has it, you said? Jen posted it? Cool. Let's get it from Jen. Let's see. Where is it? Jessica takes it personally that 2 people she's never met aren't friends, and that one person initiated that. Why do people take other people's friendships and relationships so personally? I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Let's see. It's a cult. Let's Venmo Jen and send positive comments. Let's Venmo Jess and send positive comments. It's a cult, just said Jen. It's a cult. Right? Let's see. I'm trying to find the letter. Is this it? I was talking about the healthcare in America compared to other parts of the country, and Tony here jumps in with this, which just shows Tony has zero clue about socialized medicine works around the world, and that literally nobody is complaining. Tony would rather live in a country where we have to wait 9 hours in an emergency room to be seen because, guns. All right, where is it? Oh, what is this? What is this? What is happening here? I am highly confused as to what the fuck this is. What is this? What is happening in this clip? I'm not understanding.
That's what you fought for? This is your definition?
Oh, this is the roulette chat thing that she does, which is weird as fuck, bro. Just making fun of random people. Like, you can't even. I would like to talk to people from all over the world, but I would have normal conversations with them, like ask them actual questions, like about their country and their culture, and like it's weird as fuck to get on there and just like argue with people. It's weird.
Of liberty?
It's the best country in the world. This country where I am, it's the best one in the world.
USA?
Yes.
USA?
Oh yes, the best in the world.
Okay, tell me why.
She said, "Tell me why."
The American
have arguments.
The American dream.
Yeah, but that's a stupid argument. Give me concrete arguments.
It's kind of a stupid argument. The American dream, cool.
What is the American dream then?
Right, elaborate. What the fuck?
There's so much opportunity here for anybody. And
you really,
you're born
you really think so for everybody?
So if you're born in Massachusetts,
I'm just gonna say, that guy's jaw is swaying like no one's business, bro. All right, no one's business. I'm guessing the methane, the cocaine, maybe, I don't know, but his jaw's going wild.
To a mother
who
is a single mother, the father left, and he did not support her, and she's a single mother and she cannot work. There are supports and things in place.
He's in
where
Germany.
She and her child will.
Because he's from Germany.
Be given food and shelter and programs and opportunities.
Oh, they're just giving it? Yeah, we're giving food and shelter? Interesting. I don't think we're given that. Sorry to tell you. I think Massachusetts is actually the only state in the fucking country that has right to shelter. And even that is extremely hard to get. So, no, you don't just get food and shelter and whatever. Like that, no.
To help them while they try to navigate through being in a situation where they don't have like a family.
The only state in the
That's
country
one
that
thing
has
that this country does, that especially where I live in Massachusetts, which
no,
is
just
extraordinary.
Massachusetts. Just Massachusetts.
If you are in poverty in this
Just
state
here.
in Massachusetts, you can get free health care or subsidized health care.
Oh, yes, we do. But they can get free health care in a lot of countries. Just FYI, Jessica, in case you weren't cultured enough, you know, just like your friend Nurse Kim, who seems to think that like everyone else knows nothing. France gets free health care. Canada gets free health care.
So
our health care is still the best, right? Not saying that like what we pay and that, you know, health insurance isn't a fucking scam. In my opinion, it is. But we still have the best health care in the whole world.
There are plans that you can go on that are based on your income. I grew up in a project. I grew up in a project. My mother was a single mother and she was poor. And I grew up in a project.
I understand you feel that's great, but are you aware what's given to other people in other countries? Are you aware?
Apparently she is not aware of what's given to other people in other countries. France, for example, when you have a baby, they send you a box of baby items, clothes, binkies, things like that when you have a baby, and a check when you have a baby. There's also free childcare, I believe, free childcare in France. So no, he's from Germany. I don't know what they give in Germany. That one I'm not aware of, but apparently she is not aware of what they give in other countries to other people.
I live here in the I live here in the United States. I mean, quite frankly, I don't have the history of the Holocaust in my country. You do, not me.
I mean, personally myself, I am totally out of it because my great-grandfather was the general of the German army in the Second World War, and he's the first person who tried to kill Hitler. And my two great aunts, they tried to kill Hitler again and again, and we all.
Can somebody tell me what this thing is that she keeps doing? She's like every so often she just goes for a couple seconds. Like, are we taking pictures? Like, should I kick my feet in the background? I'm just a little silhouette of a man. Like, what is happening right now?
Went to concentration camp to try to kill Hitler. It's all documented in books and history books and stuff. You can check it out.
Mm-hmm.
So, as a German, I'm the less Nazi German that you can find, family-wise.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't expect to come on here and start talking about politics. I would like to be prepared next time somebody asks me what makes America the best country in the world. I can tell you.
Well, you're doing a fucking roulette of chat, so you're not going to be prepared for whatever the fuck these people say. You just have to, I don't know something. Anything at all, Ethel. Culture yourself, darling. Read some fucking books, all right? Read some goddamn books. Like, read something for the love of God. Whose background? Like her background? No, I'm not a fan. I think it looks like some really horrific, horrible wallpaper. Cannot stand it.
Offhand, I don't have a specific answer for you. I'm afraid
I can tell you why.
I do not concur on this. I do not think she's a good interviewer. I think the questions that she fucking asked J7 were weird as fuck.
Because of your music. And so I would say, especially because of your Black Americans, they made your culture. They are so beautiful, and you should embrace.
What's she gonna say?
How much they give to your culture, and I hope you do. I hope you don't despise Black Americans. I hope you don't.
I don't.
Oh God.
Okay, that's fine.
But I don't think just Black Americans make up what makes America great.
No, I meant about music.
Well, I mean, yes, music is great, and you talked about movies, and that industry is great, and that's.
Oh boy, I'm afraid. What? Oogie. Oh, Oogie. I don't know. I'm not sure. Like that was, yeah. What? Yeah, no, I'm sure it doesn't. But my point is I don't think she really knows. I think that guy's point was like, do you know what other countries give like their citizens, like versus what America gives theirs, right? And I don't think she did know the answer to that at all. You know, I don't think she did. So Jen said, does Jessica realize we're the only country in the world that even has to pay directly for healthcare, or where our healthcare is tied to employment? Does she think subsidized healthcare is part of the American dream? I had to pay $2,400 once for a 2-mile ride in an ambulance with great insurance. An associate in England said that same ride would cost them $20 tops. So using healthcare as a prop when describing the American dream is ignorant and uneducated. Never mind the fact that healthcare is one of our biggest things that people argue about. Healthcare costs. Does she not pay attention to anything? I'm confused here. I'm so fucking confused. I don't understand. I'm trying to find the letter. Where the goddamn is the letter? Where? What the hell? Don't pay the ambulance vultures. It's mass. They can't do anything about that. I agree. They cannot. They can't even put it on your credit. I cannot believe this woman from Somerset still thinks she has any sort of power. Who does this? Her head is getting as big as her ... Looks like you really don't have that much power. Did you just?
I don't know how many followers Cyberchick has right now, but it will never be more than that. Where she is where she'll stay. Hey, Just Machado, responding to your chat in my live last night. I appreciate you reaching out. At this point, I think it's best we go our separate ways. Wishing you and everyone here all the best.
Okay, right. So what was the problem with that?
1,102 subscribers.
Who cares?
Screenshot that. That's where we're going to stay.
Who cares how many subscribers that person has? Why is that any of her concern? You know what I mean? Even if I'm dying in the gutter, I'm declining the ambulance ride. Yeah, because it's 5,000 just to step in it. Just to step in it. It's wild. It's wild. It's wild as hell. Who cares how many subscribers someone has? As hers go down, by the way. Now she has 2.2K. Yeah, see, like, why does it matter? She's moving the way she wants to move, doing what she wants to do. Why is that an issue? It's not in any of these videos. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Sounds like Cheryl maybe needs a harassment order since you insist on having the last word after she told you she didn't want to talk to you. Also, Jessica thinks she has the power to stop people from following. I think this is Cybertruck. Where she's at is where she will stay at. This woman, for only having 10K followers, sure does think she has a lot of power. She sure does. It's weird as fuck, bro. Is this it? Yes. I think it is. Is this it right here? Is this it, guys? Is this it? Someone tell me. Yeah, see, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, she has over 2K now. Yep. Good for her. Yeah, she loves politics so much that she doesn't seem to like want to have a real conversation about any of it, of course, other than her own view, you know. If you want to talk, all right, do it just to spite her. It's fine with me. Like, I think I did too. Just cause, you know. I think, yeah. It's weird to use sub counts as a way to check someone's pockets because sub count doesn't tell you how much donations you get. That's fucking really strange, right? Like, they all check my pockets too. It is what it is. You guys can check my pockets. I will also say thank you to those who sent donations and super chats. I got the donation from earlier from Grave. Thank you, Grave, by the way. Appreciate you. One from Allie, one from Susie earlier, 2 from Rose. It was very nice of you, Rose. Well, 3 from Rose. And Claude became a member again. I appreciate all of you guys for that. If you would like to donate to the channel, we have a bunch of different ways to do it. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have a link at the top of the chat. It's our Justice Chats. That works for any credit or debit card, or Apple Pay. We have memberships, super chats, jewels. I love the jewels. No more super stickers. Memberships and gifted memberships are always there for sure. This looks like it's got to be the. Oh shit! This is so little. God damn it! Maybe I can download it and make it bigger. Hold on. Let me download it and make it bigger. Because it's small and I don't want to see if I can get it bigger. Yeah, egomaniac. I agreed. Full of yourself. Like, it's weird as fuck. A year's salary in Germany, I believe. Wild. In January, the Canadian government paid for my mom and 2 sisters as her caregivers to stay in a hotel room 3 hours away from time for her radiation treatments for a month. 1 meal a day for us. 1 meal. Ooh, that's still definitely very helpful. At least they're paying for 1 meal, so you only have to pay for 2. To be fair, I feel that because here in the United States, right, like, I'm going to have to pay for all of my meals at the hospital on Monday and Tuesday with my daughter for her to have surgery. All of those meals I'm going to have to pay for myself down in the cafeteria at one of the various restaurants that they have there. And they literally charge you for fucking butter packets that are this big, for salt and pepper packets that are this big. Like, they charge you for those. It's wild. Like, I feel like mental health care is supposed to be one of the best here in Massachusetts, and it's extremely lacking. I can tell you that for a fact. And so I feel like it lacks everywhere, to be honest. Like, just everywhere. You know? Just everywhere. Yeah, the world seems to be very narrow with her. I have to agree with that. And I think mental health, and I've been screaming this from the rooftop for a long time, needs way more attention. Way more. We need to, like, open up places, and you know what I'm saying? There are people walking on the street that clearly need very serious help and aren't getting it, right? Yeah, it does. It turns people off. It definitely does. Only empty pockets are concerned with other people's pockets. They're always concerned with my pockets, and mine are pretty empty, so I don't know. You're welcome, BB. You're welcome. No worries. You are total anything to help my friend Nan. You're totally welcome. And I love American Chop Suey. So good. So good. Sit down, what up, BB? Yeah, you know me. Ooh, peppers and onions. They're inflammatory, so I try not to eat them all that often. But yes, delicious. It's appalling here as well. It just is not where it should be, you know? Super chat is there. Tap the money icon. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, dental and visual, right? Your eyes should be part of all of healthcare. We shouldn't have to buy dental separate from your eyes, separate from the rest of your fucking body. It's weird as fuck. Well, she needed to jump back into J7's pocket when she realized that like she was going to lose $3 to $5 or more $100 a month. You know, she shit on her and then real quick realized she's losing that money per month when doing that. So had to jump back on the bandwagon. It's weird as fuck. I would never do that. Like if I'm standing for something, that means I've checked everything and like I'm standing on it, period. I'm not going to go back on it and be like, well, maybe she duped me and then run back. Like, I'm sorry, that's weird. There's a quote I read this week. A poor man who has little. It's the man that craves more or something like that. That's a good one. All right, so here's the looks what from the lawyers from Jen and Meredith. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I feel like you have to have the right therapist. To be fair, I did many years without therapy because I didn't want a therapist that went, well, how do you feel about that? That wasn't helping me do anything. I could have a friend sit there and go, how do you feel about that? Why the fuck would my insurance pay $500 an hour for someone to go, well, how do you feel about that? I could have a friend do that. You want to pay them $500 an hour for that? You know what I mean? And so I've had the same therapist now for many years, 4 years. And I've gotten multiple friends and family members who needed it in with her. And because you can do it virtually via Zoom if you want, or you can go into the office, or you can do it on the phone, whatever works for you, which is great for people who don't drive or have kids or busy schedules. And she is not one of those people who go, well, how do you feel about that? Right? She gives real solutions and real, like, that's what you need in a therapist. Not well, how do you feel about that? You know, how do you feel about that? I can't have a therapist that is just like telling me what she read in a book, right? Like, fun fact, you can read a lot of things in books. It doesn't mean it's always true, right? A lot of things about addiction that you can read in a book simply don't apply in real life. I'll tell you as someone who was an addict, right? There's a lot of misconceptions in the, quote, books that you learn in school about addiction that just simply don't fucking apply. Are you trying to make me hungry, Christina? I'm already hungry, okay? Steak sounds delicious. Bacon sounds better. Rice, beans, I'm always in. Hello, Spanish over here. Love rice and beans. Love it. And I am starving like a hostage. All right, this is what it says. If you want to know what God thinks of people with money, look at who he chooses to give it to. You find one you respect, never let them go. Agreed, which is why I keep mine. And she helps a lot of other people, including children. She does kids too. After graduate school, to become a therapist, I stopped believing in therapy. After the whole program was said and done, all I learned was that therapists engage in active listening. Yeah, pretty much. Unless you have one like mine. Thank God I do like cognitive behavioral therapy for my PTSD. But she also has like real world solutions and things that help. Like, I've never had a therapist that actively gave any of those. It was always, well, how do you feel about that? What are you going to change about it? But it's not helpful. It's not helpful. You know? Exactly. Oh no, that would drive me nuts. Yeah, there's like a literal, like, I forget what it's called, but when they actively like pull their hair out, it's like it's like OCD, but something else. It's not OCD. It's like called something else. And it's like, cool, but like I would need a therapist that doesn't also have, like, that's distracting. If I'm sitting in a room and my therapist is pulling her hair out as some sort of medical condition of like she can't help herself, then maybe she's the one who needs some therapy to fix that. I have to be I have to have the focus like here, not on you. Like, I have to be able to like trust that what I'm saying you're listening to and understanding. You know? It's weird. It does have its benefits, but there are other ways to do it, right? There are other ways to do it. You know, I found a lot of value in music therapy. I found a lot of value in other therapy where I had a friend who does that whole therapy where like they give you like paintballs basically. And they set up these areas where like you just throw these fucking paintballs at like dishes and fucking household items and like all sorts of shit, right? And it's like very therapeutic to sort of get your anger or frustration out in that kind of therapy, you know? But I find music to be very soothing depending on what kind of music you're using. I find meditation to be very soothing, you know? No, not in a pile, sort of like everywhere, like just set up everywhere, you know, sort of like in a square almost, like 360 around you. Like but in a square, you know? Cyber chick is a full-time career. Pretty sure she said that. She said she has like a full-time job and like she does it for fun and education and like who cares what she's doing it for? Like why is that fucking up to like Jess? It's weird as fuck, you know? Starts with Titian or something. Works one person may not work for another. And that's the other thing is this whole idea that like one therapy works for everyone is wild. Oh, you meant pull out the hair. I don't know. In a circle? I don't know. That's the other thing. Do you know how many people who are therapists, at least who claim to be therapists on the interwebs, and I'm like, you should not be a therapist. You need fucking therapy yourself, sweetheart. Like, you need some serious fucking therapy yourself. And it's like, if you're going to be a therapist, I feel like you should have to have a rigorous psych eval yourself, right? Because how the fuck are you going to help someone else when you can't even help yourself? Shadow work is key. Listen, I also believe in the chakras and your energy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need good juju. You need good juju. You know what I'm saying? Open your chakras, people. All right? I used to have my son throw ice cubes at the concrete wall. My dad used to have my little brother punch pillows. That was the thing. Let him punch pillows if he's angry, you know? And to be fair, who doesn't like to see ice explode? So fun. So fun, you know? Yes, the mind and body connect. Semantics, yeah. I feel like society is missing the mark, right? Not using. I think they need to use music therapy with Alzheimer patients. Music invokes a memory. Smells invoke a memory. These are things we should be using in memory care every single fucking day. And I'm going to tell you something. My sister-in-law, who has Downs, who is now and has been dealing with early onset for a while now, it's starting to get worse now. And I will tell you this. I will be using music. I will be using smells and places, right, to invoke memory. Like, it works. It scientifically works. Why the fuck are we not using it? Like, why are we not using it? You know? Large bald spots in her head. So she was just pulling out hair wherever. Oh, thank you. Yes, that's the name of it. That's the name of the hair pulling thing. My mother-in-law was a Jungian therapist, an alcoholic who abandoned her minor children for her 20 years younger lesbian lover who had been her student. Yeah, see, that's right there. Clearly she needed her own therapy, you know? You date a girl with that? Yeah, I knew it was called something. I can't remember what it was called. But imagine that being your therapist. Like, it's one thing if, like, you know, someone working in an office or like, but if that's supposed to be your therapist, like, I can't focus on anything else. Now I'm just focusing on you pulling your hair out. Like, I want to pull my freaking hair out. Like, at that point, you know? That's, you know? How long ago? I wonder what she's up to. Who knows? Maybe, I don't know. It's a good question. EMDR, yeah, that I've heard that was helpful for some people too. You know, can invoke a lot of emotion, you know, and yes, it can be a lot too soon and too fast, and then you're overwhelmed. But I definitely heard that it has helped people that I know, you know. Listen, I'm one of those people that want to like full force it, like you. So believe me, Linz, if I would have done the same thing you did, just jump right into it head first. I did with behavioral. Cognitive behavioral. Hi, Peggy. Yeah, you do. Absolutely, you do. Yes. Peggy, they missed you. I did not eat already. I know. You guys have to like, I did not eat yet. No. I ate breakfast. Does that count? I ate breakfast. Breakfast count? I woke up late. So technically it was like brunch, kind of. It was a brunch sandwich. Berkeley. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I feel like music was a big part of my life with my dad being a musician and, you know, him playing the drums. Like, I think I got a lot more out of music than some people do in my life because it was just everywhere with my dad. Guitar, piano, drums. Like, he taught kids for a living, like, you know, instruments, saxophone, flutes. Like, my dad could play them all, you know? Hand on body worker off. Yes. For my mom's dementia, Lewy body music singing to her helped. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Like, it's also scientifically proven that music helps. So I don't know why it's not already like a staple when it comes to that, you know? I don't get it. Nature. I love nature. Hold on one second, guys. I have 1 minute before I gotta just run downstairs real quick. Thai massage body work did wonders for me. A lot of people said that too. I've heard that one too. Heard about the latest part. What? There's more? Like now, Peggy? Like right now? No, not. You mean recent? Like right now? Sometimes therapy can become a crutch, and you don't want therapy to become a crutch. I certainly don't. That's for sure. I make sure that it's not a crutch. It can make you disassociate. EMDR can make you disassociate if you overdo it. But I've heard it really helps some people. I've heard the same. Oh God, don't say that. Imagine. Oh my God. It's not a staple because it's effective. Just like the cures for cancer exist. I've said this, but of course we don't have them because, billions and trillions of dollars go into the cancer industry and treatments for cancer. We go to other countries though. Some people have found some wonderful medicine, I shall say, in other countries that doesn't exist here in the United States. And you have to start to wonder if that's by design on purpose because of the billions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars made by the cancer industry in itself, Okay, 1 second, guys. I literally have to pee so bad and I have to just run downstairs, grab something, come right back up. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Do me a favor while I'm gone. Smash the like button. Subscribe if you already haven't. Donate if you can. We would appreciate it. And I'll be right back. Yeah, I already read that one. That there was the motion to compel was denied. We read that yesterday, I believe. Yes, he can be asked to sit in the future, but the thing with the military is with civil cases, there's an automatic 90-day, basically almost like a waiver of sorts, where they're allowed for 90 days to put something off for civil court because they're in training. And so the Department of Defense and the military are not going to fly someone back for a civil deposition, especially as a third party, while they're in training. It's just not going to happen. So the best they would get is Zoom or something on the weekend for an hour or two. And so really the civil court doesn't really have the jurisdiction to force him back. So the judge can do a motion to compel all they want. Even if they allowed it, that wouldn't happen because they don't have jurisdiction over him anymore. He belongs to the government. You know? I should be in therapy after a rough day and go in a room and pull someone else's hair out. I agree with you, honeybees, on this one, though. I put my conspiracy hat on, and some conspiracies actually have some legs to it. And that one with the cancer stuff, I believe that one has some serious legs. You know, scene in Coco where he sings to his abuela and she joins in and always, oh, yes, I love that movie. I love that movie. I'm a sucker for a good kids movie, okay? I am. It sounded way less Tato in my head. I love you, Maestro. Oh, I love you. Girl, you're preaching to the choir here. I've had this very same conversation where I've said, I don't understand why so many people just accept it and go along with these things. Like, why we're not all coming together hand to hand, walking up to our Capitol and saying, all of you get the fuck out. We need to fix this ourselves. We're not going to allow this shit anymore is beyond me. It's because people don't think they have the power anymore. There are more of us than there are of the people running our government. Maybe it's time we step in and say, no more. You're doing more damage to our shit than anyone could. It's time to start over, right? Start over. And listen, when everyone else is ready, I've been ready, you know? Fuck. You know? I think there's a difference between helping, supporting, and providing folks with the resources is not therapy. You can support each other through healing in difficult times, but there's a difference. Oh, I definitely think there's a difference. I just help where the resources are, right? Definitely put people like in touch with the things that they might need to help them in whatever way they can be helped, you know? So, right? Listen, I feel like I have so many things to research today. I have so many things to fucking research today, you know? A lot of things that I learned come in handy, which I appreciate. All right, let me get to reading this because otherwise I'm never going to read it. Never going to read it. Never going to read it. That is not factual, Peggy. I don't know who told you that, but that is not factual. That is simply not true. See, that's the problem with social media is you get shit from people who just like to spew shit. Someone told them and someone told them and someone told them about something who told them that. Like, that's not true. He's not in Oklahoma. He's not in Oklahoma. I know that for 1,000,000,000% fact. That is not where he is. And that's not something that happened. So I don't know who fed anybody that bullshit, but that's simply not true at all. I don't get it. I don't get why people say this shit and then pretend to know shit and go, oh, I got files. Oh, I got papers. Oh, I got this. Oh, I got that. And they're 1,000% wrong. So then it begs the question of why lie? For the attention? To frenzy people? Like, why fucking lie when dealing with shit like this? Like, why just make something up, pretend to be more important than you are, pretend to have information that you don't? Like, why fucking lie? Like, why make this shit up? Why would someone do that? Like, that's simply not true. All of that is untrue. All of it. It's false, completely false, 1,000% false. Why make it up? Why do people do that? I don't fucking get it. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. Yeah, that didn't happen, Peggy. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. I don't know where you heard that from, but that did not happen. Like, it didn't happen. Why make that shit up? You know? Why? I don't understand. See, I love reading studies. I'm a weirdo like that. Like, give me all the scientific studies. Did it fail? Did it not fail? How many people were involved? What did it entail? Like, give me all the studies, you know, all the studies. Honeybees, me too. If I could get paid for all the research that I do, not in my own head, but literally do about various things, I feel like I'd be fucking real well off. I'll tell you that. Real well off. I feel like we would all be, right? I feel like we would all be real well off, you know? Oof. Waldorf. Yeah, I heard about that one. That was a while back, though, wasn't it? Okay. I have a friend who's a QAnon person. What the fuck? Listen, sometimes conspiracies have legs. Depends on what, but I believe the cancer thing, like, we're talking about trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of money that if there was a cure for these cancers, these companies would not get. They would not be making, right, for these treatments. So, I mean, really, you know? I don't know. Just saying. Weird. All right. Let me see. Yeah, you shouldn't definitely substitute the virtual realm to work on trauma. Trauma definitely has to be worked on a lot in private too. Like I've been working on that for years and I'm still not over it, you know? Yeah, that's Peggy. I can tell you with 1,000% certainty. Like, see, that's the problem though. You shouldn't just read comments about him and then repeat them like they're fact. That's damaging someone's reputation. And especially when you're just repeating things that you saw in comments, like that's 1,000% false. 1,000% false. None of that you just said about Colin is true. None of it. Not a single bit of it. So when you repeat something you saw someone comment, and when someone else repeats something that they saw in a TikTok from someone who claimed to have documents that they don't have and to claim to know things that they clearly don't know, like that's when you start damaging someone's reputation. If I repeated everything I saw in a fucking comment, like I could, you know what I'm saying? Like this person over here might say, well, this person's a fucking lunatic and they did this thing and this thing and that thing and that thing. If I just repeated everything that someone said in a comment, thousands of people would then repeat what I said, right? Like we have to be more responsible than to do that because those things are not facts. And I can tell you for 1,000% fact, none of what you just wrote about Colin is true. Not a single bit of it. Not even one thing. Not true. Didn't happen. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know where he is. I know all of that. Like, that's just simply not true. So for me, it's about being responsible. And I'm a content creator, so I feel like you have to be more responsible, right? Than just repeating things that someone says in a comment about someone you might not like. Do you know how many lies have been repeated about me because the sewer turtle said so? Or scenarios that have been reported that like these people made up. Oh, she did this thing and did that thing. I'm like, cool. Where was I for that? Because that never happened, right? Like, it's like I know what that feels like personally. You know what I mean? Like, we got to do better than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to do better. You know, we can't be just repeating shit that isn't true. And as a matter of fact, if you ever met Colin, I think all of you would adore him. He's a smart kid. He's a good kid. Like, to be fair, I was kind of an asshole at that age because I was just broken. I was so broken at that age that I was just a fucking asshole. You know what I mean? I was an asshole. Well, it's also weird to bully someone serving our country and try to make some mountain out of a molehill. Like, oh, he was forced into it. He's a grown adult. He was not forced into it. It's what he wanted to do. Right. And it's weird to be like, try to shit on someone for joining the military. Never seen that a day in my life. Never seen that. But now all of a sudden, if someone doesn't like the person, it's okay to shit on them for joining the military. No, absolutely fucking not. Not okay. Not okay. Not okay. Again, Ellen? What happened? Satanic principles. Oh boy. No, thank you. There probably are. I don't even want to know how many of those probably are around, to be honest with you. You know? Woodwork is cool. I used to love doing that in school before I took it away. Wood shop, metal shop, building things. I did build a few things with my dad over time and my grandfather. I was little, though. You know? Who knows? Maybe. It's possible. There's a lot of, like, parasites in your body that you can get rid of with, like, various natural ingredients that actually makes your body feel better, you know? I got it right here. All right, let me read it before I get off track. I'm never going to read this goddamn thing if I don't get it. Okay. Wait, that's 2. Where's 1? The 1. This is 1. So this is the beginning? I think this is the beginning. Now you know. Now you know, my friend. Now you know. Yeah, but that's the thing. If you don't know for a fact that something is said, don't get into a chat and repeat it like that, because then you're essentially telling these people that it's a fact, that you know it to be a fact, and then they repeat it. See how that works? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then other people repeat it, and so on and so forth. And then you have thousands or hundreds of people repeating something about someone that just isn't true, you know? It's wild, though, the amount of, like, weird TikTokers or content creators that'll be like, yep, I got this whole file on Colin Albert. Look on his military. Here it is. I got connections. They spew all this nonsense that is not even close to true. And it's like, what is the motivation behind that? What is the motivation behind showing a stack of papers that have nothing to do with Colin, by the way? Pretending that you're super important and have some sort of documents on him that you don't have. And then proclaiming to the world that the information that you're giving is true, when it in fact is completely and utterly false. I don't understand. These people want what? A pat on the head. They want attention, more subscribers, more money, more viewers. I don't get it. Like shock value. I don't like, why lie about someone you don't know and pretend to be important or pretend to have important information about something that you don't have? Like it irks me, especially with these content creators, because there's that one lady that did that the other day. Like none of what she said is true. Not even close. Like what? Like what, dude? I can't. I can't. I cannot. I can't. I never heard of that before. Glad you're feeling better. I am not Free Karen Reed, but that is irrelevant. Regardless of if I was or wasn't, there are people I don't like on both sides, right? I still would never get on my platform and be like, this thing that this person did, 100% fact, no, it happened, and I actually don't know that it happened, and there actually isn't a fact. Like, regardless of who I like or don't like, and there are plenty of people I don't fucking like, I'm not going to say things that aren't true, even if I can't stand them. I'm also going to give credit to those people for things that they did do that they deserve credit for, regardless if I like them or not. And I've shown that a billion times on this channel. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. It's too tiny for anyone to see, even me. I'm literally going to have to get in on my screen to read it. It's so fucking small. So small. All right. All right. I'm going to attempt to read this. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. All right, let's see. It says, notice to cease and desist from making frivolous and false statements, opinions, and overtures concerning alleged HIPAA violations. Okay, all right. Interesting. This firm exclusively represents Mrs. O'Neill and Miss O'Neill and Miss Altman in defense of any and all frivolous and baseless claims that you have made concerning alleged HIPAA violations. As a retired registered nurse, we frankly are surprised that you have such a patent misunderstanding of HIPAA and its inapplicability to this matter. You're neither a patient of Miss O'Neill or Miss Altman, nor are they covered healthcare providers with whom you have a provider-patient relationship. Notably, Ms. Carvalho, you yourself have openly discussed and publicly discussed your own health conditions on your YouTube channel. You have regularly revealed to your audience that you suffer from Sjogren's syndrome and alopecia areata, and that you wear a wig or partial wig to mask signs of profound hair loss. You've chosen to wear a scarf on your head to also mask signs of profound hair loss, attributable to alopecia. My daughter has a part of alopecia. It's what they call when you lose your hair when you lose your hair from medications or from anything else, they call it alopecia. She lost most of her hair during chemo and all those fucking drugs, and now it's starting to grow back, which is great. You guys will probably get to see it tomorrow when I pop her on to say hi. She's been dying to do it, and since I'll be at the hospital with her, it'll be fun for you guys to say hi to her and her not be just in the chat. Okay. This Jen posted it. So it says, to be clear, hold on, or Sjogren's syndrome, which described by you to your audience causes excessive dryness all over your body. We're enclosing herewith just a sampling of substantiation for your own public release of your own protected health information to not only your 1.84 thousand YouTube subscribers, but to thousands of viewers who do not subscribe to your channel from now until eternity. The internet is forever, and you made an affirmative choice to waive any privacy rights you have to this information. You further waived any rights over such information by placing it on a public filing in the New Hampshire court system and in public forum on the first of 2 public hearings. To be clear, and so that there is absolutely no confusion, 1, you publicly shared your protected health information multiple times. You waived any rights to privacy you may have had over it. You are maligning and casting Miss O'Neill and Miss Altman in a false and defamatory light by repeatedly publishing that they have either committed HIPAA violations or invaded your privacy whether or not allegedly to harass you. HIPAA does not apply to this matter. There were no HIPAA violations. Any overtures to further state such falsities or to contact either of our clients' employers will result in severe consequences to you, and your continuing conduct is legally actionable. Therefore, any and all YouTube streams on your channel or others' channels on which you have guested, and any and all X spaces of yours or others in which you have made such false statements must be immediately and permanently removed. You must cease and desist from entertaining, featuring on your screen, or reading aloud any chat or super chat comments about the subject of alleged HIPAA violations or alleged invasion of privacy by our clients. Furthermore, you're strongly encouraged to read the following statement on your next program as follows. I formally apologize to Meredith O'Neill and Jennifer Altman for falsely stating that they committed HIPAA violations against me. HIPAA does not apply, and I waived any rights to privacy over my health conditions that I have discussed on my YouTube and in open court proceedings. 2, notice to cease and desist from any continued overtures to or about Meredith O'Neill and Jennifer Altman litigation hold, notice to preserve evidence, and demand for disclosure of insurance information. Additionally, beyond the scope of this limited representation, this firm is exercising due diligence on behalf of future counsel to place you on notice of Ms. O'Neill and Ms. Altman's anticipated civil litigation claims against you for the following causes of action, which by no means is an all-inclusive list. Sorry, my leg. Defamation, slander, and libel. Defamation per se. Tortious interference with employment and business relations. Abusive process. Malicious prosecution. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. False light. Civil harassment. Civil conspiracy. Civil aiding and abetting. And recoupment of out-of-pocket expenses reimbursement for time off from work and for consultant fees associated with the frivolous application for restraining orders you filed in New Hampshire. Accordingly, you, in your personal capacity and as your online business alter ego of Sparkly Rabbit 444RN, must cease and desist from any activities that in any way furthers these pending and accruing claims Ms. O'Neill and Ms. Altman have against you. Moreover, you're legally obligated to comply in totality with the within litigation hold. Notice to preserve evidence and demand for disclosure of insurance information for you and for your YouTube business alter ego of Sparkly Rabbit 444RN. Failure to comply completely and to comply expeditiously shall result in further escalated measures, additional causes of action, spoliation claims, and adverse inferences against you have Ms. O'Neill and Ms. Altman in their anticipated litigation. You do not have First Amendment rights to break the law. Well then, ouch, 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 ouch. That one was to the Sparkle Rabbits, and this was 21 hours ago. So did she do anything? Like, did Sparkly do anything? Does anybody know? So Jen said about this, unfortunately, Meredith and I have had to obtain private counsel to defend ourselves against defamatory accusations of a federal crime. We will not be accused of a crime, which specifically for myself could harm my 28-year career. You cannot lie to a court, use a court, make up false accusations, or get on a YouTube show and publicly defame 2 women without legal consequences. Words matter sometimes. Is it really worth it? This could become very costly. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, this drives me nuts. This drives me nuts. This drives me nuts, and I'll tell you why. My daughter has service dogs. She is, in fact, blind. So she has more than one service dog. One does the seeing eye. One does things like open doors, pick up things, go open the fridge, close the fridge, get the medication, bring the medication, blood pressure drops, things of that nature. And so when my daughter goes into Walmart with her service animal, and there are dogs that are not service animals, that are clearly not service animals, right? No, this is not my daughter. This is a person who has a dog that is clearly not a service animal. I will point out, though, service animals do not have to wear a vest. We put the vest on so that people don't, because if they're not wearing the vest, then people are like, where's the service dog vest? They're not required to wear a service dog vest. We put the vests on the dog because we also like to have the do not pet patch on it. Please do not pet, because people will stop the dog while the dog's walking my child and try to pet the dog. And it's like, dude, the dog's working. Okay, working. So you would be distracting the dog. So that's what happens, right? Is people bring their pets, not service dogs, pets into these places. And it distracts the real service animals from working, right? And so Jen posted this. Some women in Walmart with a dog, no service vest. They don't have to wear a service vest, but it's definitely and obviously not a service dog. Dog jumped on me 2 times. Service dogs don't jump. They should be standing right at the side of their person. And this dog isn't even facing their person. Their access to this person. I turn around and ask her to please have her dog not jump on me. She says, I'm sorry, he's my service dog and I'm blind. I don't say anything because she's obviously not blind. Then I finish out my transaction and order in the parking lot and constantly watch this woman get in a car and drive away. Now, I will point out that blind has many things. Being blind doesn't mean that you can't see anything and everything is black. For my daughter, she is completely blind in one eye, and in the other eye, she can see like shadows, colors, shadows. And if she puts her phone very, very close and turns it to the side like this, she can sometimes see what the screen says if it's very, very, very close to her face. She is, in fact, legally blind in both eyes and has had multiple eye surgeries for that. But I'll tell you right now, she would not be able to walk up and to a machine and punch anything on the screen and punch a number in. Like, she can't see that, right? Unless her face is this close to it, right? So, and she's definitely not driving. I'll tell you that much. So why lie? You're distracting other people's service animals who need them. And this shit pisses me the fuck off, dude. You're abusing other people who need their service animal with them. And clearly this dog is skittish, right? She backed up and the dog was like, this is not a service animal. This is not the way a service animal behaves at all. Not even close. But we've had many issues with going in with the service animal, and then these people have their chihuahuas and their, you know what I mean? Their dogs are barking and jumping, and those are not things that service animals do. It drives me fucking bonkers, you know? Drives me fucking bonkers. They do not have to have a service harness. No, they do not have to have a service vest. It doesn't have to say that they're service animals. That's not required at all. You might think the dog's just chilling, but a service animal wouldn't be standing with their butt to the opposite side of their human. They'd be sitting at attention right at the side of the human. So it might look like the dog's just chilling to you, but anyone without a service dog would be able to tell the service dog is not a service dog right away. Yeah, so she would still be blind. You know, she can only see shadows. She's still blind. Regardless, the fact that she can see shadows, she still can't, you know, see. They have a level of like what you can and can't. And it looks different for everyone. Some people who are blind can see, but very little, and have to have like certain things to be able to see, but still considered blind, right? My daughter is completely black in one eye, the other it's just shadows, colors. And if, like I said, she puts her phone close enough and she turns it to the side like this, then she can see a little bit of what the screen says. She also has on her phone something that tells her everything. So like you'll notice, you guys will notice it tomorrow, where her phone will read the text to her. It'll say, you know, this is what it's doing. And she can talk to the phone and tell the phone to do this, 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 and this. So it's an assistive device that helps the phone do what she wants to do without having to see it, you know? Oh, I turned mine in too, because they violated my kids' rights numerous times, and they tried that same thing, retaliation. This is why districts, school districts, public school districts need to be sued when they do this shit. You know? Not for nothing, but there are more people now homeschooling than any other time I can remember. And I thought about it myself, as you should have won. They can't jail you for homeschooling. You have every right to homeschool your child. You know? Thank you. And that's exactly how that's how most people who have a service dog would know that it's not, because a service dog wouldn't have their behind to you. And they would be standing right at your leg, facing the same direction as you're facing. They certainly wouldn't be skittish. They wouldn't be looking all over. They certainly would not be jumping. No. Yes. So she's a lying liar that lies, you know? Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. An emotional support dog show. That'd be a big dog, big boy. Yes, emotional support animals are not the same as service animals, although people with emotional support animals would love them to be the same as, we've had that argument before. Not the same as a service animal. Wild as fuck that people do this shit. I mean, yeah, it's a beautiful dog, very, very cute, adorable. I would love to scratch its ears and rub its belly. But when you do this, when you bring your pet into a place where people need to bring their service animals to actually go, you are then in turn like petting a service. See, a lot of people don't know not to pet a service dog. See, a lot of people don't, but a lot of people don't put the sign on either. If someone asks really nicely, like if we're leaving or first coming in, and it's like a kid or an adult, and they ask, a lot of the times my daughter will let them give the dog a pat. You know what I mean? She's nice like that. But what happens is people will just walk up and put their hand out to pet the dog, and the dog is working. You know, the dog is now distracted by you putting your hand out at it, right? So people need to realize, like, what you do when you walk into a place like that with your animal that is not a service dog is you are actively like screwing with a working service dog by doing that. You know, you're distracting a working animal, you know, and that's okay. It's okay to not know that. A lot of people don't know that. I didn't know that until my kid got service animals, that you're not really supposed to pat service animals, right? They're working. If you run over and try to pat them, you're now distracting them from what they're supposed to be working on, you know? Yep, you can't pet them. My daughter, do you know what it took for me to try to get my daughter's service animal in school? The excuses that the school tried to give. Well, people are allergic. Well, that's, the law specifically states that it doesn't matter if someone's allergic, then you put them in a different fucking class. This is a service animal. The school wanted like all sorts of wild, illegal shit that you can't ask for and you can't do when it comes to a service animal. Before they would let the service animal enter, we had letters from the doctors, letters from like, what the fuck else do you people want? Here's all the paperwork, right? All the paperwork. They wanted to argue, they wanted to fight, and it's like, you're fighting an actively blind child with mobility issues about their service animal? A child who's been disabled and in your school district since she was in kindergarten, and you want to fight about this? Like, what fucking planet do we live on, dude? A service capybara. I second a service capybara. Can we get a service capybara? I would love a service capybara. I concur. They're freaking adorable. Can we get service capybaras, please? I would love one of those, you know? Oh, God, I forgot about that. I would never. Oh, the babysitter, that's wild to me. I want a koala. They're so cute, though. They're so stinking cute. They're so cute. Koalas are adorable, you know? So cute. You inherited your aunt's book collection? See, that's something I could get down with. Like, ooh, I inherited all these awesome books. Like, most people wouldn't be excited with a book collection. Me, I'm a nerd. I'm like, ooh, what books are in here? What treasures shall I find? Like, that's me. I'm a nerd. Like, what treasures will I find? You know? What should I do with them? Put them in the garbage can and take the good one. No, you read them, girl. You read them. Read them. Could only rely on my mom's bed all day when she was in the hospital. Oh, she passed, but now I ask him, want to go see grandma, and we go to the cemetery. And he, oh, I love that cannoli. What a good boy. What a good boy. They do deserve, and it's a public space. They have the right to their service animal. The fact that the school even wanted to argue over that was wild as fuck. My daughter loves audiobooks. Fun fact, my daughter used to love to read. She was not born without sight. She lost her sight due to her disease. And she's like me, a nerd. She likes to read. And so audiobooks now are obviously the way that she is able to listen to books and read things and learn things. And she's an information hound like me. Just information, you know? Yeah, it's legal in all 50 states. You don't need anybody's fucking permission to homeschool. It's wild as fuck, you know? Yeah, you know what? They really, the government doesn't love homeschooling. I'll tell you why. It's because you can't indoctrinate. You are not indoctrinating your child for a 9 to 5. They want to indoctrinate your child from a 9 to 5. I don't love public schools, I'll tell you that much. The amount of power that they think they have over my child is a fucking problem. They like to remind parents all the time that they're not the parents, yet they want to exclusively use their power to say, well, we're going to do this, this, and this because, we're the school. Like, cool, I'm the parent, and you're not going to do that. So see how that works? Like, you know what I mean? See how that fucking works? Like, that's my problem with the public schools. They actively love to send letters home to the parents and are like, we're not the parents of these children. This is not babysitting. School's not babysitting. Cool. Then why the fuck do you act like you have more power over my child than I do? Because that's not how this shit works. Like, this is not how this shit works. No. And I thought about homeschooling my youngest, to be honest, because after the shit storm I had to deal with my child's disabilities, with my oldest, in public schools, I was not feeling like I ever want to deal with that kind of shit again, ever again, no. Homeschooling can be awesome. They also have like co-ops. People have co-ops where some people will teach your kids this day and other people will teach your kids that day so that the parents can work and homeschool at the same time. Like, there are so many different ways to homeschool and so many things to teach your children. I'm like a hands-on person, right? And I love to read books too, but I love to do it like with my hands. If I could homeschool and bring my kids to do X, Y, and Z to learn about trees and, all the different things like circle of life, like animals, like how they, what the fuck is a herbivore? What the fuck is an omnivore? Like, to show them in real life is like something that's going to sit with them forever. Like reading it in a book day after day after day, some of that shit's going in one ear and out the other. Right. And a lot of the shit that they teach in public school nowadays, my kids are never going to need, never going to use. Like, what are we doing it for? What are we doing it for? What are we doing it for? Like, what are we fucking doing it for? Jesus Christ. Listen, if I had the capacity to homeschool, I probably would, but I don't have that capacity anymore. My brain fog is real. She does. Expanse series. Oh, I've heard of the Expanse series. I don't think I've read these ones yet. But that, I think it is on my list of things to read myself. But I will write that down for her because I'll be with her tomorrow and Tuesday. And after her surgery on Tuesday, she might very well want a good book to listen to. Audible is your friend. Audible is your friend, friends. I love horror movies too, though. Fun fact, Halloween's my favorite holiday. I love to dress up on Halloween. I love it, love it, love it. I love all things spooky, all things skulls. I love it. It's one of my favorite things, my favorite holidays, Girl, no, of course not. Do you know? I did not. Did you just text me? No, I mean, I really haven't been checking my text, to be honest with you. Like, I've just been here so long at this point. I haven't been checking my texts. What text? Which text? Cripes almighty. I'm trying to do 100 things at once here in life, so I probably did not. Someone sends $5 and says, any thoughts on moving to Florida? I have lots of thoughts. I would love to move to Florida. I have family in Florida. Where, etc.? Where? Let's see. Well, I have friends and family in Florida, all over, basically. And I do have some thoughts on that, actually. I have family in Spring Hill. I have family in Pinellas Park, both of which are on the sort of west coast of Florida, down further. And I've also myself been to Daytona, Miami, Orlando, obviously, the Space Coast, which I found lovely. I loved the Space Coast. One of my favorite places. The further down you go, the hotter it is. If you go down towards Miami, you can take a 2-hour boat ride and you're in the Bahamas, right? So I've never been able to go to the Bahamas, but you have a grandbaby doing Halloween? I freaking love that. Read it. Okay. Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Ooh, those cupcakes look good. Those look delicious. Why you send me cupcakes? Like, I'm not going to want to eat those. Oh, no. He needs to get his shit together before I knock him out myself, dude. Yeah, I'm sure they do. My kid had one as well, a 504 or IEP. And it's just wild. They want them because of the money, right? Because of if they have a disabled child, if they have this, and this, they get X amount of dollars for them. So if you take them out of the district, they don't get that money. Florida is not, okay, so I'll say this. I've been to Florida literally in the middle of the summer, July, as a matter of fact. The 4th of July week, I was in Miami years ago. I actually I could walk around in 90-degree heat there. Here, the humidity is so bad that, like, no. I actually don't think I would hate it. I don't think I would hate it. I know it's hot, but I don't think I would hate it. Honestly, I have family there. I mean, my only living grandparent is there. My brother is there. I have a few cousins on my mother's family side that are in Pinellas Park. I don't think I would actually. I know it's hot. I know I don't love hurricanes. Those are definitely two things I don't love. I had a friend who lived in Weeki Wachee years ago. I don't know if she's still in that area. That's sort of closer to the top of Florida. But I would say if any of the places that I mentioned, Daytona, Miami, Pinellas Park, Spring Hill, Weeki Wachee, there are a lot of really cool areas depending on like what kind of life you're looking for. You're looking for quiet and modern and neighborhoodsy, or you're looking for, nightlife and art and, like I like the Space Coast. I'll tell you that. If I was older, I would probably settle like in that general vicinity down there, like where the Space Coast is. I really loved that area. I loved Cocoa Beach. So it's beach across the street from where we stayed at the Airbnb. It was just a beautiful area. There was things to do on the weekends, but it was like a few minutes away, about 5 to 7 minutes away. It's not right there, and the rockets go off randomly. You get to see those. Are pretty cool. There's a lot of different things to do in the area, but it's not too touristy. It's not too, it's close to Orlando, but it's not Orlando. So it's far enough away that like, it's nice, So I don't know. Those are my thoughts on moving to Florida. I would love to move to Florida, to be honest with you. If I could leave the state, I would. My daughter's medical care, unfortunately, is not something that can just be bounced around. Like I can move my medical care really anywhere and a doctor would be able to deal with it. Not my kids. She's got, the rare disease that less than 200 people on planet Earth have. So there are no doctors equipped to deal with it unless it's here. The doctors who have been working with her at Children's her entire life. Or Texas, where are the doctors who discovered her disease and work, really learning about it more in the lab. So I got two options, Texas or Massachusetts at the moment. I would love to move to Florida. I would honestly wouldn't mind the Carolinas. I got some friends in the Carolinas. I wouldn't mind the Carolinas, turn around now. They do have some gorgeous beaches and a lot of stuff to do down there. It just depends, I guess, on what you want and don't want out of stuff, All right, I am going to wrap this up because I am like starving like a hostage at the moment and I need to eat. I need to go eat foods and I'm home alone again by myself. But you know what that gives me? Time to listen to a freaking book, which I would love to do right now. You guys gave me the idea. I'm going to eat. I'm going to listen to a book and wait for my hubby to come home and spend some time with him before the children's come home, Tennessee, I don't know if I would do Tennessee. We don't want Will. We don't like the Will Douglarer. Tennessee can keep him. We don't want him. I'm pretty sure Tennessee doesn't want him either, but they're kind of stuck with him at this point. Like, yeah, I wouldn't mind the North or South Carolina. I wouldn't mind. All right. I love your stinking faces. Do me a favor. Hit that like button on your way out. I'd appreciate that. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. You're catching this on the replay. We love you just as much. I think I am going to do a nighttime live this week. Might be Tuesday, maybe Monday. You guys will at least get to meet my oldest. She's sort of dying to be able to say hi to you guys, and so you'll get a live out of us maybe Monday night, I think, because her surgery is Tuesday, and I'm not going in until in afternoon tomorrow. So I'm all the way into Boston from where I live. So. But you guys will see me tomorrow at some point, either at the hospital or before I go. But I love your stinking faces. And Enjoy the rest of your Sundays, my darlings. I'll see y'all soon. Bye.